So yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Sorry about that. At least Twitch heard, like, you know, I mean, the side of Twitch was hearing. So I was just talking about nicknames, but I'm gonna be talking about the Valentine's Day DLC that's happening in DC Universe Online, and I'm gonna be getting to that. I'll be getting down to your messages, reading your response, and reading some of your comments on what you guys think about that situation. But for a short clip and situation, yeah, that's basically what it is. I think it's just more important because like as like dialogue or something that I can look back upon and say. I'd rather have something that I look back on. I really don't care who cares and who knows. In the senses of as long as this information is mine, I'm pretty much good because it's me. But realistically, like, you know what I mean, like people still don't know who I am. Like, you know what I mean, people don't still know who I am, and I don't want to put up any type of front where I have to uphold anything. That's been in the past. That's been in the past. Everything's now in the future. I don't mess with a lot of people nowadays. I mess with my clique circle is very small, very clique is small, and they're pretty much older or into a kind of standpoint in business or being aware of situations like that. But I still don't. They're not my friends. They're just immediate business people, partners, individuals that I mess with. But that was just my nickname because we all had grown up knowing childhood. We had a childhood because most people who don't have a childhood really don't have too much or of a story, and they lack experience with having friends or experience with having moments. I was never one of those individuals who did not have moments. I think later on throughout my years right now, I feel like I downplayed on a lot of moments because, you know what I mean, a lot of things can get very serious. And I can really tell you no word of a joke that your friends could be your worst enemies. Your friends could be your worst enemies. That's going to be something I can always tell you. Your friends can be your worst enemies, and you got to be careful who you bring around you, and especially knowing if you're going to individually be good, you know that someone can bring out the worst in you, and naturally, if you're by yourself, you can't even see worse in somebody else if someone doesn't appear to come out there and really kind of affect your well-being. You know what I mean? So I would really say, and I stand by it, your friends could be your worst enemies. So that's another situation that I wanted to talk about. And I know that a lot of people be like, I know that's kind of like sad to say, you know what I mean? That's kind of hurtful. But you know what I mean? I seen a lot of clicks, you know what I mean? This is another story. This is not just talking about in general, what's it called? You know, just whatever out loud. What's it called? I seen a guy that I went to a flea, like a flea marketplace where you get to buy nice clothing, you could get nice top of the line phones and all this stuff, hardware, all this great stuff, nice lychee and all these great drinks and all these smoothies and great stuff, jewelry, very real, camera equipment, a bunch of stuff. And what happened was I was there. I ended up driving to this Jamaican store and I ended up eating some Jamaican food. And I was like, yo, I really want to get some food in my system. I ended up buying some Jamaican food. And I was like, yo, this is going to be some rice and peas with some oxtail gravy, with jerk chicken, and some coleslaw. And then I got a drink, you know what I mean? A nice drink. And I was like, yo, this is nice. I like this. I like the sounds of this. This can do me well for today. So then I ended up buying it. And then I drove to the place that I needed to go fix my phone. Because my phone started acting up funny, and I was just like, damn, man, I don't know what's going on right now, man. Like, my phone is really acting funny right now. Like, I don't know what's going on. I have a lot of information in there. This has been a lot of situations that happen, and I was like, damn, all right. So I go there, and then after I try to go figure out if I can get some information about my phone. So the guy's like, yo, just give me 30 minutes, 45 minutes to just go and figure it out. I'm like, yeah, no problem. You know what I mean? I'll be around. He's like, just come check me. Like, I'll do it today and see what I can do. I'm like, all right, go ahead. Yeah, you know what I mean? He's like, let me just check it because I got a couple clients from what you can see. I'm like, yeah, you're busy. You know what I mean? You're kind of busy. Yeah, you know, he's like, oh, they're just buying in-box products, but there's some people who brought their phones. I'm just working on it. I'm like, okay, take your time. Take your time. And then he's like, you know, do these things. He's like, thank you. He gave me like the slip to just know that was my phone. And then he's like, all right. So I took it and I was like, all right, cool. Walked out. And then after, I kept on eating my food, and then there was this guys like, yo, these guys were like, yo, bro, like they just said out loud, they were like walking down the hallway. Before I seen them, they're like, yo, I'm hungry right now, man, I need some food. And then after, these guys were like 3 Caucasian guys, a Mexican guy, and I think another, no, there was actually four guys, and then a Mexican guy with them, like, you know what I mean. And then after, they were like, you know, swagged out. You know what I mean? That one guy in the group who had looked like you would say like, yo, bro, that guy is expensive. Mans were putting him on blast in front of me. Man, it's like, yo, what are you talking about, man? You mans are fake out here. What are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? And I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, yo, these are your boys, and they're calling you out like that. And then I'm like, yo, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, yo, he's like, he had nothing to say, bro. I'm like, damn, bro. And man's like, yo, man's fake. Yo, where did you get that food? And I told them not too far away, a couple streets lights downs and a couple blocks around. And then after, he's like, oh shoot, you drove away to come in. I'm like, yo, you must have drove. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, oh shit, man. He's like, yeah, we drove too, but like, I don't know if we might make it there. And then after, the guys are like, yo, we should go try it out, man. It looks good, bro. Your food looks good. And I'm like, all right, you know what I mean? They ended up leaving. And then after 45 minutes ended up 45 minutes ended up going, and then the guy, obviously I was like, okay, it's been some time, okay, let me go in there and wait. And then after, I was checking for cases and all that stuff, and screens, and I was like, okay, cool, like I need to go and get some of these things, you know what I mean, I might add it on top of what I need to do, you know what I mean. And then what happened was, the guy's like, oh, yo, you have a situation with your device has a broken situation in it, and he's like, it's gonna cost you at least $111, $110. I'm like, oh, for real? And he's like, oh, then yeah. And he's like, and I'm like, okay, so how much does the case is costing? And the thing, he's like, oh, for you, I'll give it to you 130 flat. And then after, he's like, if you have cash, 130, but if not, you have to pay tax. And he's like, okay. Then I'm like, hey, I'm like, all right, let me go do that. And then after, I went to go, and then he's like, okay, so I'm gonna work on it while you come back and you have the money. I'm like, yeah. So then I ended up doing that, come back with the money. He's saying, he's like, give me 30 minutes. Ended up taking me some time, actually getting the money, grabbing it, bringing it back, and then boom, he had my phone. I checked it, turns on, everything turned on good. And then after, I was able to talk. My Wi-Fi was better. My connection was way better. My internet was way more faster. Things were just a little bit more responsive than normal. And I was like, I was pretty happy to know. And I got my case. But the whole story, at the end of the day, your friends can be your worst enemies, man. The man was dissing his boy. I don't know how long he probably knew him for. He was just dissing his boy and told him like, yo, bro, you're freaking fake. Stop lying. You know what I mean? Like, in front of my face. And I just realized, like, the man put him on the spot. And then I will show you guys another situation. Okay, so at the time, this individual who is an artist, you know what I mean, a low artist coming up, trying to make his name up. And what happened was, he ended up having like a party situation. And then I ended up paying for the hookah, and some of the situation that was there. You know what I mean, I brought something to get lit, a bunch of stuff, and I did a lot, you know, just for the situation at hand, you know what I mean. And what happened was, it was a good turnout, and he was able to get his video shoot in and all that great stuff. And then what happened was, there was this girl, like, I think what happened was, some of those girls had kids, and like, most of those guys were like, yo, I'll still hit, but like, I'm not wifing it or nothing, like, you know what I mean, like saying like, I'm not gonna wife it or nothing, that you must be freaking oddly crazy, you know what I mean, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm like, to myself, I was just like, really, I'm like really looking at all the girls that came. There was like 6 of them or 5 of them. And then I was like, all right, cool. Some of them, they're like, okay, you know what I mean, they never really caught my eye. They never really caught my eye in general, you know what I mean, they never caught my eye in general. But there was this one girl who did, and she had, like, you know what I mean, a big nose, and she had a nice looking face, but she had a big nose, you know what I mean, she had a big nose. And the thing about it was, she was pretty much somebody I would want to talk to and just trying to get to know. Bro, they locked her up in the car, and bro, and they were dissing her when she was inside the car. Like, they locked her inside the car. Like, they brought her out and they locked her inside the car. Like, this is like pretty much a girl who can probably be like, I'm stepping out the house and I could leave. You know what I mean? Like, I could do whatever. And then what happened was, they locked her inside the car and then made her, it was embarrassing. They were like, yo, the girl's fucking fake. she's wearing a fake belt, she's wearing a fake this, she's wearing a fake that, and then they were just saying she was fucking fake, and I was like, what are you talking about? You really being serious right now? And I'm a guy who like stands behind the guys who have brought those girls. So like I'm like, isn't this girl who have a kid? I'm like, yo, doesn't she have a kid? She just had a U for a man. I'm like, and then after 2 dudes, she ended up opening up her trunk, and then she had a stroller in it. I'm like, oh shoot, it is her. You know what I mean? And then after I realized, I'm like, yo, you guys are talking about girls who have kids like this? It's kind of waste. You know what I mean? I'm like, like, not saying that you can't mess with a girl and say, oh, but like, if you guys are really talking, she has a kid. That's kind of waste. You know what I mean? And I'm like, ew. You know what I mean? Because we're all guys with being single. We don't have we're like guys with no kids, no relationship with no girls like that, and never had kids or anything like that. So I was just like, yo, I don't know what these guys are doing. But that one girl, and then they were just dissing her, even though she was the one that everybody pretty much wanted to talk to and see about, and they were like literally trying to shut her down, and then it was like most embarrassing situation, and most likely if she can't be chilling with them if they're not friends, so, and they were dissing her, so it was just hella funny to me, and then I realized, I was like, yo, kid me not. This is not a joke. They were putting her in the vehicle like it was a child. And they put the lock on, they locked the door, and she couldn't come out. And every time she would try to open up the door and come out, get back in the car. You know what I mean? Like, it was embarrassing. That shit was embarrassing. They were sunning that girl. They were literally, like, sunning that girl. Really bad. What else? What else stories that I got? Oh, yeah, likewise. I went to a sprinting competition. And what happened was, another thing too, how I got, called Dash and whatnot and whatnot. So basically there was an event when I was in middle school and I had to represent the school. And what happened was, during the time of representing the school, I had to go against the competition in the school first to represent the school. And what happened was, I ended up being pretty much overall good in a lot of things. We did hurdles, high jump, sprints, relay, what's it called? Standing long jump. So I ended up doing a bunch of stuff. So I ended up doing standing long jump and then doing relay, and then I did sprints. I did relay and did sprints. So I did those those situations, and I was really good in those situations because I blew out the competition in my school because I was able to represent for it. And if you didn't represent it, then obviously you'd be in school, you would be in school doing work and whatnot while the other kids are doing athletic situations, curricular activities. And what happens is, I end up doing that, and then we end up getting on the bus and we see all the athletes in the school who the teachers choose, and obviously not teachers choose, but the records that was shown on paper that were great, that they see, hey, this is going to be good. Now we're going to go against other schools that have participated in this situation, and you're going to be playing the best. So we were making tours around different places. We had like 3 different places that we individually went to and perform at for 3 different occasions of events. And as a child, I'm already excited and going against competition. I end up doing really good. Where a couple times I got a couple first places, and then I end up getting second places because there is gonna be at those times I was still ugly. I was an ugly boy. I'm not gonna even front with you. I was ugly as shit, bro. But over time everything got better. But the whole point is that throughout the time being of doing that, and then went to high school, and then I ended up realizing some schools are better than others, and I didn't go to the best school at that time being. The first year was really okay because they ended up having those situations. And then when I got into grade 10, the 10th grade, they ended up realizing that they didn't do that thing, and it was just like, it was sad. A lot of situations were taken away because a lot of school boards was having a lot of situations. A lot of schools were okay to doing that and having they were okay to doing that. Some schools just didn't have the funding to doing it. It was sad, and it was just like, you could see where I'm coming from right now. And at that time being, I really wanted to go to a school that was like more like High School Musical, because like growing up, I kind of like seen like the potential of like being in a clean school, having clean lockers, classrooms were good, desks were great. The school was getting, like, obviously schools are getting rebuilt. That's why going to schools that like are brand new, they have some type of new stigma to them. They're like this new kind of factor, like this new generation of new individuals who are gonna set accolades and records throughout, you know, the sports, education board, whereas musical events and plays and even charity events for the schools and stuff like that, and the Gap 8 clubs and the PAs and all that stuff. So like I messed with a lot of situations, and I was one of those kids that just did a lot of things, and I got myself involved into a lot of things. And greatly all I know was during those times it was really tough between grade 10 grade 11, and because they didn't have certain things, but they had like basketball. We never had a football team. We had a rugby team. I ended up being the star player of the rugby team. No one really was the star player on that team, surprisingly, except me. I had role players, but I was a star player because I could do what needed to be necessary. You know what I mean? What was necessary. Coach gave me his shoes. That's how good it was. Because no, I was broke at the time. I played another sport. He seen me play another sport, and I was broke at the time because I was not getting. I didn't have the necessities of doing it, and obviously knowing my parents, they were like my parent was not really too caught up with, you know, physical sports with me, because they didn't think I was good enough to be playing sports, because obviously I never talked to them about anything about that, and I have never brought to their attention that I was good in them, and I just did it behind the low key scenes, and I really didn't care what, you know, my parents didn't care. I really didn't even really mention too much at school or anything. I just made sure that I went to school, did everything on time, passed, failed a couple classes here and there, but never really failed that much. It was just like the marks were not the best, but it was passing level, like 66. It could have been better. I was like a 75, 76, 78 student, and I wanted to get to the 80, but the 80 was really hard because of the fact that, like, obviously education is not easy to just grasp like that as a kid, especially. And you're talking about someone who's dominated in more of a sports context kind of situation. I was more dominated in sports, so I was really trying to keep my marks up for sports and stuff like that. And there was reasons that ended up fulfilling, like, going around that if you had great marks and good things, you will be able to keep the team's great average level up and all that great stuff. And hearing the importances of all that stuff was important. And doing homework and doing homework was basically something that you would not do in class, that you couldn't finish in class, so you have to take it with you, and you might have a computer, you might have other tools that can help you with it, so you can be able to finish the work. You might have somebody who explains a little bit differently, and then you just basically get the marks, and then you hand it in the next day. Anything late gets deducted off a certain percent, like a 1% of what the final mark of that paper was, because it was late, and just that's just what it is. But that was just kind of schoolwork. But overall wise, like, you know what I mean, like, there was one year that I ended up missing out on so much homework that I ended up realizing, I found it in my book. I ended up doing it all and to get my mark up, and it got up to a 67, because, like, I ended up passing up all the work and whatnot. Yeah, man. Good morning, JR. How you doing? I see your name says JR in it. Junior, YT Junior. Nice to see you. Yeah, man. So, like, what happened was I ended up handing in the work at the end of the year, close to the end of the year. The teacher filed it and whatever, whatnot. I looked at the mark on the paper. I was at a 58. I was at a 58 in one of my classes. I think it was geography. I was at a 58 in geography. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, I'm just nearly passing. I'm like, nah, man, I need to get my mark a little bit up so my average doesn't go down, because that certain years in between grade 9, 10, 11, 12, and if you played there last year, that's okay, because, you know what I mean, you get to do your last year and you just get to enjoy it, live it up. You know what I mean? So that's just your farewell situation. And what happened was I got my mark up and I got to a 67, and I was like, damn, that's good. But I was looking for the 70s. I was really looking to step in that 70 area. I was looking for help, getting teachers to help me. But I was one of those students that was not really rude in class, so I don't know how you guys were participating in class. I was able to get those extra helping situations where I was able to get an extra helping hand. I stayed after school with certain teachers to help me on certain things, and they ended up staying even though they didn't have to. But I really wanted to get to know what the hell is going on in the classroom. I was one of those gym rat type of situations after school. Basically, I was staying in class trying to finish my work, doing the thing. She's like, "Oh, you can't go to practice unless you finish your work." And I'm like, "Okay, you know what I mean? Like this teacher's really keeping me here because she knows, like, as soon as that bell rings, I'm trying to boogie out and go to the gym, right?" And there were certain times where I would do homework and in the classroom and then finish up, and then she would explain it. She would just be like, "You just need to be a little bit more attentive to the situation. I know that the speed of this situation is a little bit. I was pretty a little bit slow from since grade 7, 8, and 9, but afterwards I picked up the pace afterwards. And then I start realizing where I was actually falling behind in. And then after I just start to like pick it up, I start to pick it up and get better. So grade 10, 11, 12, it was just like a breeze. It was just a complete breeze. I just was picking up everything, seeing people not going to classes, but I could care less what they were doing. I just didn't care if they didn't get their diploma or didn't care about it at the end of the day, even though it was hand given, it was something, an accolade. And then I heard in the United States, a lot of these kids don't even make it past high school or don't even situations. And those are probably stories that talk about, you know what I mean, the badness about it. But, you know, majority of it, a lot of these kids are passing. And it's just talking about on one side, not the other side. But a lot of these kids are passing, though. And then what happened was, every time I was trying to get help and whatnot, I was always looking towards the support of the teachers because they knew the answers. They definitely knew the answers. And if they didn't know the answers, why are you teaching something that you don't know the answer to? That you can actually be able to figure out how they actually solve problems and get the problem out. So that's just what it is. Nice to meet you. How you doing, YT Viper? Um, Vapor. Vapor. Oh, my bad. But yeah, nice picture by the way, man. Supreme shit. Eat. But yeah, that's just basically what it was. And I always used to be like someone who's a gym rat, meaning in the morning you would do weightlifting, you do a lot like that. You wake up for practice, you do that. You could be in the practice doing the gym. You could work on your body after school. If you're like athletic wise, the gym would be open. You'll be able to go to the on court stuff, work on your game, do drills, get better. The coach will facilitate you and put you in certain situations to get you started. You would do that. You would play with the team. You would do all together sprints, down and backs, things that will be basically work on your drive and see how bad you want it. And that was going on throughout for the like last 3-4 years. No, not 3-4 years. Yeah, I've like school wise from since grade 10. I was on the team from since grade 9. I was on the team from since grade 9, 10, 11, 12. I ended up backing out because the coach who was actually coaching already seen a bunch of people leave. They graduated. A bunch of people graduated, and people left school, and they got a little bit older, so they had to they were going to college, and he was going to be focusing on the next generation that was going to hold the school up as like the grade 11s and 12s. But at that time, we were just getting so much popularity and legacy going on in the school that we were breaking records. Even the what's it called? The principal was getting involved into this stuff, and then teachers were getting very aware of what the kids were doing in basketball. It ended up turning out to be an education situation. They're like, oh, some of these kids are not going to class. They were whining and bitching and all this stuff and trying to say like the most important thing is about their education. It felt like a story. It felt like a big story. And then what happened was the coach ended up coming to a conclusion where what's it called? He talked to the teachers, and the teachers were saying certain kids were not going to class. They were not passing. They were not doing this. They were not getting the right skills that they need. They were not focusing. You know, they were causing a problem. And some people had to sit out on games. Some people missed on minutes that they should be getting. And then it just turned out to be a whole clump of nonsense. And then what happened was certain guys were like, you know, smarter than others. And they were like, hey, you know what I mean? I'm going to switch schools. You know what I mean? Guys ended up having deals to go switch schools. Some guys didn't go. Some guys stayed. some guys stayed. I ended up switching schools because I was like, yo, honestly, I had a coach that was going to be coaching at another school, and I really was like, he looks at me as somebody that can run an offense, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what it was, you know what I mean? And my defense was not suspect. It was legit lockdown defense. I was getting a lot of post situations. I don't know who put them up on these websites, but they were talking about me and another individual guy being the backcourt, front court, backcourt. Okay, I think backcourt is the bigger guys and front court is the smaller guys, right? So the front court is where I think I was, and then after, but you know, I mean, if I'm wrong, I was a point guard. I was a point guard, and we played a lot of defense, 3-2, 3-2, 2-3, and we played those defense, and we were locking up the perimeter at a high level pace where we were keeping down teams to 30, 20 points, like type of things where guys were getting locked down. And the names of both of us individuals who were playing the top were just killing it, and we were getting blogged, and it was really good. You know what I mean? PA announcements was talking about a great effort from the team, individual scorers, guys who were scoring to help us win the game, because scoring is a very big part about basketball and stuff like that, and you need to do that to win games and whatnot, because defense just can't win you games. So you need to have some type of offense. So what happened was the principal got involved in all this stuff, and the principal kind of was aware of me because I dressed totally different. I went to a school that wore uniforms. It kind of lessened up the fact that kids were able to look a certain way. They didn't have to worry about wearing clothes that would be appealing or like very very sexual. So we were wearing uniforms, and I wore it a totally different way. So if you think about bullies, but you know, the 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, you know what I mean, going on 12th or whatnot. So I ended up realizing that, you know what I mean, during that time I was like, okay, cool. This is gonna be something I need to do. So I was standing out totally different from them kids. Like I actually had a different type of wear, even though it was properly given to us. But like you have to buy a certain type of way that you have to buy it. I wore a tie and everything for years on end, and I was just one of the most preppiest. I was like Carlton. You know what I mean? I was the preppiest, most freshest kid like that. And you know what I mean? I was like that, and every kid wore their swagger totally different. Some of them hang their clothes out, some of them tuck them in with the belt out. But I was just one of those guys who wear a tie and everything and made it look fresh. You know what I mean? I just made it look clean. All jokes aside, the principal ended up getting involved. He was ecstatic with knowing the winning. We're beating other schools. Obviously, the schools have principals and teachers boards and all that stuff, and we're beating these schools. Like we're literally beating these schools, and the name is just starting to like bubble around the air where it's like we're winning. And then after the principal started making attempts at coming to these games. He ended up buying bleachers. He ended up buying certain things for people to sit down and watch the games. And then because during this era of school, this is why a lot of these kids don't have a lot of the attraction that they should be having to this day, is because of the fact that the popularity of the sport that they're playing should be broadcasted to the school and for the school. And there were certain schools that was actually saying, yo, other schools can come out, but you have to be making sure that you're off school or at that time where you can come to the game. It should be after school hours. You have to show a piece of ID of that you go to a school. They will do a search check. They will search you down and be able to let you go in, because some of these kids were really that good to be performed. And some of these kids were really good to watch. And some of these guys were like, you know, I'm cheering these guys on. Other people from other schools couldn't watch them and stuff like that. So that's what it was. So usually the first option was the school versus the school can go to the school if it's necessary. You know what I mean? That's what it should be. But ended up a couple years, nobody was watching the sport. There was no love for the sport until we won a couple years. We ended up winning a couple banners, and they were winning a couple years. It was just crazy. So it was just like, damn, all right. This is what's going on. But at this point in moment, during my grade 12 year, when I was thinking that I was going to have a starting position, and I waited my time, and I was waiting patiently for my time because I knew how the sport was, the guy who was coaching the team was not the best coach, and he didn't really. He was an assistant coach that was not really. He was assisting, meaning he would the coach would give him something that he would want to do with the guys. He would not be able to switch it up. He would read it the way that it was supposed to be read and done the way it's supposed to do, and then record the situation of like what is he doing great or how's he doing, like just to keep up to date, so the coach knows, the head coach knows, I can put him in a situation like that or I can do like that, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what he was doing. And he turned out to be the head coach now because that coach ended up losing his job at there for some reason. I don't know what happened. And then I realized, I was like, okay, so you're the head new coach, right? Made the team. Obviously I made the team. I'm just like, okay, so where do we go from here? Am I gonna start? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm looking at him like, yo, so I'm starting, right? And then after he's like, he gives me a question like, I don't know about that. And he's like, I'm like, what? What do you not know about that? What do you not know? And then he's like, because I started grade 9 and I was in starting grade 10. Like, so basically I was like, he's like, not know about what? What are you talking about? But grade 11, grade 12, I didn't start. No, grade 11, I didn't start because the seniors guys were like way better than what I was actually learning at the pace that I was learning at, and they were bigger. So it was like a bigger kind of situation I was getting myself into, so I could understand. I needed time to get into it, to enroll into it. I'm like, all right, okay. I'm just like, okay. He's like, I don't know if you might. And then he mentioned another person named under me. He was a grade 11, and then he's like, yo, he's gonna start over me? Are you serious? And then after he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, in my face. I'm like, I was like, wow. You know the first thing I said? I was like, I nodded my head. I was like, yo, just take my name off the list. I'm not playing for your team. So that whole year, I just focused on education. I was just cheesed because I'm like, I'm not playing for this guy if he thinks he's going to bench me. What kind of nonsense is this guy thinking about? I'm like, who is this guy? I'm like, who is this guy, man? I'm like, I'm going to get benched? You know what I mean? I'm going to get benched? I'm like, are you crazy? I put in all this time. I waited all this time. I'm going to get benched? And I'm just like, yo, you must be mad. I'm better than most of these guys out here in this district. And I'm just like, yo, hold on for a second. He's going to bench me? All right, I'm done. Take my name off the list. I made a team in his eyes already. So I already know that I'm that good. So then I'm like, okay, take my name off the list. I ended up not playing for the team. Then what happened was I got, obviously, during the year of you need to build up 48 hours of community service or some type of work that you work with somebody so they can sign it off so you can actually be able to graduate. So you have to do all these things. So I was like, okay, this will be a great time to doing it because I was filling out these accolades. I was trying to do as much as I possibly could. And I was close with the principal. So then what happened was, you know what I mean, you know, you go into the office, you grab the paper, you talk to him, you say hi, you know what I mean, you be very thing. I would say close as a person, as respectfully being a student to a principal, knowing the principal knows a student, you know what I mean? So that's where the respect was given. And then through the clothing I was wearing, he kind of was like, oh, I remember that kid, you know what I mean? I remember that young kid, you know what I mean? So it was like that, respect out of that hands. And then what happened was, during that time, I had a coach that was coaching an AU basketball team. That was an AU slash outside school thing situation going on. So then I was like, okay. So then I ended up messing with him, and then he ended up saying, yeah, you know, you can help me. I can sign off your hours. You come a couple hours during the day and the nighttime, and I can sign off on those hours, and then I'll count them up, and then I'll sign it off for you. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then after, I ended up going there for the last, I think it was a year. And then, you know, I mean, these guys were getting better, and the program was getting better. They had great talent. These guys were grade 9s, and they were grade 8, some grade 8s and grade 9s. Grade 8s, I think there was grade 8s and grade 9s. And they were all developed. They were all better than most kids I was actually seeing when I was at that time being. And during the time I was actually going to another recreation center that was one of the biggest recreation centers in the whole of Toronto. Of the whole Toronto, it was one of the biggest ones that every star had to pop by to. And basically stars were going there like it was like a movie. It was like Hollywood over there. Like, you know what I mean? It was like Hollywood over there. And basically what happened was during that time being, I was working on my game, getting my better, but I was never playing for a team. But the coach that I was helping out, assisting, he was like, hey, you know what I mean? I have a job that I'm going to be going to. I'm going to get it. I want you to come to the school. And I'm like, I heard about this school. We beat the school a couple times before, man. We beat them. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I heard about the school, but they have a couple good players that I see, and I was like, whoa, I seen these guys before. But I'm like, yeah, he's like, you need to come to the school. And out there, what happened was, yo, only God knows how serious this was. Like, this story ended up being a very, very, very good story, because what happened was, after I got my hours, I ended up talking to the principal and saying, I'm going to be making a transfer. How would I be able to go amongst this? And then he ended up writing me a some document of saying you are able to go. You know, you saying that you are good enough to go and your marks were good and decent, very decent enough to doing this. And they're like, hey, you can do this. I'm like, all right, sick. I'm like, I got the paperwork, ended up stamping it, doing all that nice stuff, ended up keeping it in the envelope, had it, saved it, wait for it for the right moment. So then when I got to that school and the new year was coming, so I did my 5th year, I had 3 spares. If you don't know what spares are, you're not that smart. I don't know what, but most people say, like, in school sense like that, spares are, I'll explain it to you. Spares are basically non-classes. Basically, you have classes throughout the whole day. When you're grade 9, you have classes from start to finish. You don't have no breaks until the break timing in between. It might be 30 minutes in between, an hour, but those are just regular. Mine's is like for hours. Like, I literally had breaks for hours, you know what I mean? And basically, because I had over you're supposed to finish in Canada, school finish, you have to have amount of credits compulsory. You have to have 16, and the other classes is whatever. I had 37 credits. You have to finish school with 30 or 30 credits. I have 37 credits. So, and then I'm doing another year. I'm gonna go into the 40 range. You know what I mean? So I was like, yo, what's the point of this? So they asked me, they're like, they said, this is when I was knowing that I weighed my options. They're like, what do you want to do? And I'm like, what classes do you want to take? I'm like, I don't want to take English. I don't want to take math. You know what I mean? But I'll take science. I'll take this. I'll take that. And I was just doing grade 9 classes. I just did grade 9 classes because I could do it. I could go to anything. They asked me if I could do anything. So I just did anything. I didn't want to go to grade 12 English or anything because they're going to require me. They're going to make me feel like they're requiring me to tell me I have to do these classes and I have to pass. But I was like, easy. I could do anything I want to. I'm a grade 12 with overall with a 75 with a 78 overall with a 78 overall 0.5, and I'm already almost finishing school. Almost average an 80 student, but I'm not an 80 student. So then I'm like, all right, so I don't need to do these things. And he's like, okay, just choose your classes. So I ended up choosing my classes. I just took grade 9 classes. I was already graduating. I did my classes already. So then afterwards, I was like, okay, so I made it. So I had family members that contacted friends that ended up getting me in. And then after, I had a letter of notice of saying, great, you're going to be a great thing. She talked, she's like, oh, I heard lovely things about you. We would love to have a student like yourself in our school. And then after, she's like, oh, you're going to be a good representation of kids coming into the school and being involved into our school. So I was just like, okay, I'm happy to be here. The coach ends up working at the school, so he's like, it's already set. So this plan is already in motion. So I'm like, yep, the season's gonna go good. And then what happened was, it was supposed to be my year and this other gentleman's year. It was supposed to be my year where I was gonna dominate as much as I possibly can. I was gonna get more shots. So I was usually regardless, I was getting like 5 shots throughout grade 9 to 10, 5, 6, 7 shots a game. When I was going there, I was thinking I was going to get to the 15 range. I was going to shoot 15 shots. Okay? I thought I was already coming in with that understanding. I was going to shoot 15 shots. Okay? And for someone who doesn't know how much 15 shots is, oh my gosh, it's a handful. You're getting into 25 range and higher. So I was like, okay, this is good. We're a couple months into school. Yo, we're a couple games in, like couple days into the school. I'm meeting the teachers. I'm getting invited to certain classrooms. I'm seeing who the popular teachers are, who the not less popular teachers are. I'm getting involved to seeing who people like more than less. I got to see grade 9s, and I got to sit in class and like, yo, how old old are you? I'm like, yo, don't even worry about that. You know what I mean? But he's like, I had kids always asking me like, yo, why are you in a grade 9 class and you're grade 12? No, you're not even grade 12. You're 5th year. I'm like, yo, if I told you, would you believe me? And it's like I'm already graduated. I'm like, basically I could graduate right now, but I need to go through a year to graduate. I'm left the year. I told them I came here as a transfer student for basketball. I didn't come there to come and get my education because I already had it. I just came there to do the minimum. I will graduate. You know what I mean? I told them, and they were like, I don't believe you. And then, you know, the question that came in, you're a dumb kid in a grade 9 class. Why would you take a grade 9 class? I'm like, these guys don't even know what I'm doing. I'm finessing the school on some real shit. You know what I mean? I'm finessing the school. I'm like, yo, I'm doing whatever I want to do. I'm doing gym classes. I'm doing everything I want to. I'm doing everything I want to, and they knew. The principal didn't know I was there for basketball because I didn't get to meet the principal. The principal looks like Miss Frieza. I'm gonna tell you that the principal looks like Frieza. Okay, so I do not want to. I talked to the vice principal. The vice principal was the one who handled me, and I didn't talk to the principal. The vice principal talked to the principal about the new individuals coming to the school, obviously, and the principal would keep an eye on them. So if they did anything crazy and they got out of line, they would meet the principal. And then the principal will tell you need to go out of my school. You know what I mean? Type of situation. So I was good enough to go and miss the vice principal, and I was good. And I was like, yeah, I'm nice. Then afterwards, I made my schedule. I was like, this is gonna be lit. I'm like, I made my schedule. Everything's lit. And then it was like, oh, so you don't have to take any classes really. You know what I mean? Like, you already got everything. I'm looking at all your marks, like, because the website is obviously just school district board, and then like you have everything. And then after, like, what do you want to take? And I'm like, yo, just put me in a bunch of grade 9 classes and gym classes. And then he's like, okay, then I could do that. He whipped it up. He gave me my thing. I was like, all right, cool. This looks nice. I have 3 spares? So what does this mean? You don't have to go to classes in those times. That means you can just linger around for the time being, but you have to come to those classes after or those times. Then I'm like, holy smokes. This is all new to me. And then after doing it, school was fun. I was literally lingering around. Sometimes kids will be in the hallway. Some kids that were grade 12 and grade the 5th year, they'll be working on their art stuff, or they will catch up on homework, go to the library, go to other open areas where you can do certain things. And the library was open, so you can go read a book, go sit in there, stay quiet. You can go to McDonald's, you can go outside, you can go catch some breeze, you can go on your phone, you can go to the computer lab, you can go to do a bunch of stuff. You can go to the cafeteria during those times. So I was like, all right, this is cool. So I'm like, you know what I mean? Grade 9 classes, they thought I was an idiot. But most of these kids, I was like, yo, bro, most of the times I was looking at these kids, I'm like, most of these kids are not passing. They're gonna give up on school easy. I was like, you're gonna give up on school easy. I'm like, all right. So I'm just chilling. Yo, word is lie. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This grade 9 girl, she was listed under, because I seen girls all across the line since when I was growing up. This girl was listed in my head to be a stripper from Time. She had the mouth of someone who just liked to beak at somebody. She was just literally beaking at people. She was dissing teachers, making them feel a certain way. This girl was putting girls in their place. But like, she was not the most educated girl. But like, when it came down to talking, it was just like, she was crazy. She was like, when I mean crazy, she was so sick at using words. She was dissing people left and right. It was just crazy. But to me, I already knew it because I seen a couple strippers before when I was growing up that ended up being strippers, and you know, they low key do it. You know what I mean? But this girl had the same traits as the same ones I seen, because they have the mouthy girls. They're not really educated that much, and they don't really think of it important. So she's gonna turn out to be a stripper. All right. So then what happened was, after, okay, I'm gonna show you guys how this story works out afterwards. So then I ended up going there. These guys, they thought I was an idiot. They were like, you're a dumbass. What do you mean you're doing grade? I could do grade 12 classes. I just didn't want to do it. She's like, but why would you want to not be with you? Because I don't want to do it. When you have that decision, it's like me saying, yo, I could sit on 100 million and be like, yo, bro, I could still go to the most I want to buy $5 meals. So what? And what? I'm rich and I want to buy $5 meals. So what? You gonna get mad at me for doing that? So that's exactly the question that came down. And then after the basketball season came up, and then this individual who my brother was talking about, he's like, you know what I mean, before I got there, he was like, I never knew he was gonna come to the school. He's like, yo, this guy named Xavier. I'm like, oh, Xavier, who's this guy? Yo, he's an Indian guy. He's like Kobe Bryant, man. He's like Kobe. This guy just scores, man. He's a shooter, man. I went to, and then my brother chills in these rich neighborhoods. I don't know, because he has friends in these rich neighborhoods, and he chills in these rich neighborhoods. And at the time when I know he was chilling in rich neighborhoods, he was like, yo, this guy's gonna be the next big thing, man. He was jocking him so hard, like, meaning like he was just vibing with him and just calling his name out 24/7. I was like, who is this guy? He showed me film, and I'm like, okay, this guy's nice. Okay, how old is he? He's in grade 8, man. He's like, I'm like, I was not like this in grade 8, so I was like, whoa, this guy's nice, right? And then he's like, I told you, man, he's nice, man. He's like, you think you're better than him? You're shit. And he's like talking to me. Look, my brother's like, you're shit compared to him. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then after, you know what I mean? Like, you're comparing a grade 9 and a person who's about to be grade 8 to me? And he's like, yo, you're crazy. And then after I seen him, and then he ended up coming to the school. Imagine that. He ends up coming. He could have went to Laurier. No, he could have went to all these other schools that were winning championships. He could have went to all these other schools, but he came to the school that I was at, and I was like, "Yo, hold on. Why is this happening? This is supposed to be my year." You know what I mean? Because I didn't want to play a point guard spot. I wanted to play a 2 guard, meaning I want to be a combo guard. The league already, some players off. We're all growing up. Everybody knows this is everyone's chance for other teams. Like, everyone's like, yo, this is our chance to, like, we can score buckets now. We can actually do this. Now we're going to see the mans who are doing this, because there were certain mans who was already doing it, and there were certain mans who were waiting in time for doing it. I was waiting my time to doing it, and I was like, yo, because I had to work throughout the offense and making sure we were winning games, consistent games, right? So then what happened was he ended up coming, and then he changed the dynamic. And then we found out he ended up placing his young boy in the school. He was listed at 6'7" at the time. He was 6'7". He was a 6'7" center. In NBA standard, you're a small forward. Okay, so, but he was a center in where we were, and we were just like, oh shoot, we're playing with him. But the thing about it is, he was a kindly giant, meaning he was a lot of footwork. He likes to shoot. He's not a guy who likes to dunk a lot. He beat up a guy, take him, get in contact, spin move, beating guys up in the paint. He was not like that. He didn't have that drive. He was just more of like a very gentle center. I did not like gentle centers because they are not. I seen guys throughout other schools that were just ripping the rims off, right? And I was just like, yo, you're gonna be a casualty if you meet these guys. You know what I mean? And when I mean that, like, if they blew by somebody, they're attacking you like no other, man. Like, you know what I mean? So I was like, you know what I mean, kind of thing. But he was a grade 9, so he was starting to work his way up. But he was really, 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 really gentle. He was a gentle giant. But the next guy that came in that my brother was talking about, that I seen for myself and actually seen him, he was quiet, he was into school, he was well educated, he had the persistence of finishing school and understanding that, you know, school is important, education is important, learning is important, and all that other stuff that was important. And he was just a totally different type of kid. He was cropped from a different type of tree. The reason why I say this is because I see individuals like this, and I could see them and go, I'm a motivator and a coach myself, and I could see it. And he was already like that. So I was like, whoa, this kid is pretty amazing. And what happened was we ended up going to practice. There was a lot of practices, but one stood out more particular to me than anything else. He came in with a confidence, a cockiness, and I never knew who Jay was. There was another guy who was already the captain of the team, meaning he was gonna get 10 to 15 shots. I was gonna get 11 shots. That's how it was gonna work. That's exactly how it was gonna work. You know what I mean? And exactly how it was, because the ball's in my hand. He can't take the ball out of my hands if I want to shoot it. He has to ask for it, right? So then, you know what I mean? Basically, what happened was the guy ended up coming. So I'm like, okay, so now knowing the whole team is like getting better, and like the dynamic of the team is getting so good to the point that I'm just like, okay, yo, like we have a shooting guard, we have a center, we have a small forward, we don't have a power forward, and then we found a power forward who had great head. Yo, I was just like, I can't shoot my shots. Why? Because I'm unselfish. I'm unselfish. I need to get my guys involved in the game. That's what I need to do. And then after, I was like, fuck, man. I was hoping that we were gonna, that no shooting guard, we're gonna get a small forward, no power forward, and then I found out we got a center. I'm like, yo, I was like, yo, bro, I can't even shoot the shot. Because I was like literally saying, I'm going to shoot my way to whatever it's going to happen. You know what I mean? I'm going to do whatever I want to do. But now I just had to get, the coach office said, now we got a good unit. You basically can't do that. You know what I mean? You just can't, you can't, you know what I mean? I know you're going to start into, you want to come to be a scorer, so like you just can't, because right now, because these guys can actually play, and you know that they can play. And I'm like, oh man, nah. And I was just like, yo, so now I have to be unselfish. I have to be unselfish now, bro. I literally have to be unselfish now, man. It made me cry a little bit, you know what I mean? It made me cry because I didn't get to shoot the shot, because I wasted 1 year of not playing basketball. I had to sacrifice for Xavier, Jay, Jordan, and my other individual, Andrew. And I realized, I was like, yo, bro, I have to sacrifice, because I can shoot any shot, and the coach knows that's possible. It's like me saying, you get the ball first, you can shoot any shot you want. He can't say shit. The only thing he can do is put you on the bench. But the next guy who's going to step up, he can shoot any shot he wants, and then he can bench him. Where do you go? You see? So then what happens is we get through the situation, and I'm like, frig, I know now this is a situation that I need to really make sure that I properly make proper decisions. I have to be a lockdown passer, you know what I mean? And I realized I wanted to grow my offense, because I really wanted to try it out and really improve on that side during the high school career. And this is where you probably be like, oh, you know, off season, I was practicing. But because of my off season situation, I was really good, knowing that I was coming into a situation that I was like, yo, bro, I'm gonna do good this year. I'm gonna really have some I'm gonna come in and knowing that I'm gonna bring some offense. And the older guys left, so now I know to myself, I have a spot. I literally I solidified a spot. I can have my team. Now I'm running the team as point guard, and I'm a captain with another individual, and we have guys who can score, guys who have killer mentality, guys who know how to play the game, guys who can have, I just have to motivate it. I just have to pass it, motivate it, get them right spots, to get the right looks, and I'm just doing what I gotta do. And I realized to myself, that's what I had to sacrifice. I had to give other people the ball, because I knew they can score. I knew they could. And what happened was, we played almost 35, 37 games in that season. Most kids don't even play. They play 10, 15. In a basketball season, we played 35 games. We were winning tournaments. We won games that was prior to season games and regular season, preseason games and regular season games. We won playoff games. We lost in offset. We going to offset. It was the saddest situation, bro. But the whole point about it was that we played games, and we were touring all around the city, all around to different provinces, and we're doing stuff, and we're just having a great time, man. We're having a great time. And what happened was that, all jokes aside, I realized how unselfish I really was. I never really got to shoot the ball. I was getting fouled a lot. Mans couldn't hold my dribbling. They couldn't handle me on my point. I really never got the ball stolen. I could run and operate a team, and I was mentally tough to take on any situation that would come my way. I was getting fouled. I got scratched. Guys had nails. I was going to the free throw lines. I was knocking my jump shots down, and I was being a solid point guard. For someone who doesn't know what that takes, a lot of people don't watch those guys. They watch the guys who put the outlet in scoring, but they don't know that the point guard has to be smart enough to passing them in those situations to getting them the best looking shots. I got overlooked a lot of situations, and that's what made it be so selfish. Even though some of those guys, Jay, he had a great season. He was scoring 24, 25 points a game, 20 points a game. He was scoring 20s, 20s, 20s. Xavier was scoring 25, 27, 29. He was scoring 24, 22. He was doing all of those. Jordan was scoring 15, 17. Andrew, he was there for a time being. He averaged like 10, 12 points a game, rebounding wise, 9, 10 rebounds, 11 rebounds, 8 rebounds here and there. I was averaging at least 6 or 7 assists. And I'm talking about, I have to make these guys score. You know what I mean? And I was making 6 points, 7 points a game. I had 3 or 4 steals, 2 steals a game. That's what I was doing. That's the kind of guy I was. And I legit was really holding it down, and guys were winning, and we were winning a basketball games. We were just winning games. We were out rolling teams. We were getting clutch moments. It was coming down to coaching ability. Coaching was getting involved in this. He believed in me. He believed in the offense. He believed in individuals. He believed in a lot of stuff, and he built up on it. And I have never had a coach beat me in one-on-one, but he was the one that ended up bringing me to the school, ended up beating me in one-on-one. Post-up game, I realized how abusive that game could be. And if you're that strong, you should never stop doing it. You should never stop doing it. Why? Because it would be your bread and butter. You need to get paid. You need to get paid doing it. It's your bread and butter. You stop doing that, you play another game, you get cut. Bye. I'll see you. I'm not paying you no more. Just basically what it is. So at the end of the day, that game was abusive. That post game. So I never was really playing post because I told him I like to play post. You know what I mean? I told him I like to play the post because, guys, I had the footwork and the body language, but he's like, you're a point guard. You should be scoring from the 3-point line, mid-range, and creating shots for others. You know what I mean? And then that's when he kind of opened up my eyes to knowing that situation. And he's like, because I had post moves. I can do the footwork, the post moves, the triple threat, jab step, the over the head, doing all those great stuff. But he's like, you need to work a different type of position of game because it would work out best for you. You know what I mean? So that's exactly what happened. And I was like, yeah, this is where I need to do this and really perform these crafts of game in and out. We had some guys, we had coaches from last year film the game with great filming stuff, and he had great film. So he basically was I think what the challenge was, he was going to give the best film to the best offensive person on the team so they can go and take their legacy to somewhere else. You know what I mean? And what happened was he had film of all the talent that stepped in the room. He had film. And that school had really good guys. I met them through the place that was like Hollywood. You know what I mean? If you won there, it was like if you won games there and you were hitting game winners or stuff, you were big. You were pretty big. And I was hitting game winners. I brought camera crews. People seeing me. I had situations where I fell down. Some guy crossed me one time. I fell down, slippery floor. You know, sweat's on the floor and then I slide and then I slip. But you know what I mean? Either or, the move got me to step in that move. Puddles on the thing with sweat, bro. Man, sweating, it's a problem, bro. You slip crazy. I slipped, fell down. Guys looking at me, cameras on me. I'm pain. I'm in pain. I'm like, damn. I just dropped on camera, man. This just got me on camera. And then after, I'm like, jeez, man, I got to cross. And then I'm getting the ball inbounded to me. And then everybody's sitting on the sideline. The whole sideline's filled up. Around the baseline's filled up. The thing is filled up. Inbound the ball. The guy's like, game's going on. And then I pull up jumper from D. Hit the game winner. Get off my God. Right on camera, bro. On camera. Right on camera. Hit a game winner in front of a bunch of people. Right on camera. Tell me how I felt. I felt normal, bro. I felt nothing different. You know what I mean? I felt just the way I was. Confident, cocky. You know what I mean? I will lock you down. I will lock down your best player. I was a lockdown. I locked down a bunch of people throughout the years. We had other schools even say, yo, come out to our school. We want to play your school. You know what I mean? That's how good our school was. And I have never played so much games in my life. And in that school, I have never played that much. And then what happened was the year came down. We lost to the game to go to OFSA. And it was really sad because a guy ended up going 9 for probably 25. And it was the grade 9. It was the grade 9 guy, Xavier Mays. He went 9 for 25. And it was the most important game of my life, his life, other people's life. I ended up getting so mad that he never ever seen this ever happen. Obviously, I said to people, I dunk. I threw up a lob in the gym and I just slammed that ball, dunked it down. I was fucking furious. I was furious. Why? Because they were trapping me. I was getting in certain places. They trapped me, bro. They were trapping me, so I had to pass the ball. There was no other thing I can do. They were trapping me. They were trapping me. The only reason why I said they were trapping me because they would play a higher up defense and guys were down. So my pass was making it and I was not getting the ball stolen. We were just losing because we were missing shots. We didn't lose because of defense. We were missing shots and then they were making them. I seen going to offset when I was younger, guys who was playing and we made it to offset. We lost to a team twice throughout that season. Twice. Going to play them to making it to offset. And what happened was, if we didn't beat these guys, we would not go to the cities or conference, like, to play the best of the best. Then what happened was, we ended up playing the game and we beat them. It was a sad story. Everybody was in emotion. The crowd was going crazy. We were emotioned. We got a lot of emotion overwhelmed us. This team was not a big team. They were a small team, fast-paced. They did not worry about offensive rebounding. They worried about defensive rebounding, and they all were running the court. No, as soon as somebody stopped, it was like one of those guys, come off the court. They were sprinting like their hearts was giving out everything. These guys were getting defensive rebounds, sprint, outlet. They'd be like, yo, it's like a coach saying, stop worrying about the other player, worry about your teammates and where they are. I don't care if the other team has this guy or bigger guy. They don't have nothing on us. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have nothing on us. You start thinking they have something on us, you're a bitch. I don't care what nobody says. You're a bitch. Because you don't know how good you really are. That means you need to sit down. You're scared. You're showing fear. You're scared. You need to sit. You're bad. You know what I mean? So then what happened was, yo, we played this game. We coming in with the understanding that we lost twice to these guys. Twice. One tournament to win a thing to be in whatever. We lost in a tournament and then a regular season game where we played them. And another situation, we lost. Now we come to the game that we have to go to the next round to go so the season continues for the next 2-3 weeks. We beat them. You make it to OFSA. Guys are in their 5th year right now. When I was younger, we lost in very much of a important game to a team that was a legit team. Unselfish, self-sacrificing. We lost to a team. Guys in the locker room afterwards, crying, tearing, crying. Some guys knew they were going to go to college and play basketball after that. They were confident in that. I was that good. I already got looks. Some guys were not getting looks. Crying. Tearing. They didn't know what they're going to do after basketball, after life this season. Crying. And I could see that emotion on their face, and I was sitting there like, I'm young to this. I'm on the team. But I understand what they're meaning. Like, their years are over. And then I realized to myself, I was like, yo, damn, that feeling is going to be hard when time comes around. And then after, I literally was looking at the situation, and I was like, we made it back home. We lost. We made it pretty far. We needed like 3-4 games to go farther into the deep. This bracket was deep. And the best of the best only make it. It's not just the best of the best teams made it. We beat 2 teams already and we lost the third one. And this was another great thing about it is they actually implemented a situation where your team, the NBA even has it right now too. Your best two players on your D League team that reps for your squad for your thing can play in the playoffs in the playoffs with your team, and they could sit there by that team and legit be able to be a role player, or they could actually be sitting around the bench and understanding, because why? Respectfully, they are good enough to understand the game itself, and they already won the champion. So that's just how it works. For us now, the juniors, the best two juniors on the team, is able to travel with the senior team. That makes our team even much more better with more better players. So ends up being we lose. It's a very sad situation, and guys are crying in the locker room because we lost the game. The season's over, and we got to really figure out who's gonna make the next step for the team and whatnot. And then I'm sitting into my 5th year now, in the future now, seeing grade 9 who's going to be an NBA star in the future. He told me that Xavier Mays told me he had a father in the NBA. He had a father who was in the NBA, who participated in something in the NBA, and he had dreams of aspirations of going to the NBA. And if you don't know what the NBA is, it's the biggest league for basketball association, National Basketball Association, and it's the biggest thing. It's the peak. It's the top. There's nothing higher than the NBA. There's nothing higher than the NBA. And he said he was gonna go to the NBA, and we bunked together when we were going on trips and slept together, like different beds and stuff like that. And I was very serious about how I did. I moved a little bit more serious. I was not one of those guys who was like, yo, let's do something crazy. You know what I mean? I was very macho. I was a very macho dude. I was very macho and very serious. And I was not very a fun guy to be around. But when it got to the game, he knew that when he got everything out of me, it was serious. You know what I mean? If he said it was going to be like that and he was going to be there, I was going to be there as much as I was going to be there. You know what I mean? And that's how I was. I was never a fun guy to be around, a joke guy. I was a serious dude. I was a serious dude. We lost the game to actually qualify to go to the OFSA situation, and he was one of the reasons why we didn't making it, because obviously it's a team performance. I was getting trapped. He was not looking for extra players. He was just shooting the shot, and it was a sad situation. And it got me so mad I dunked the ball. I never seen him dunk the ball in my life, ever. And he got to see me do it at that time, and I was like furious. I didn't talk to him afterwards. I had resentment towards how he approached the game with so much knowledge about the game. It questioned me to realize, how selfish can you really be? And it was so sad, because I was sacrificing the whole season for reasons why, because I know he can do things, but if he's not scoring, then he can pass it to somebody else. But other people couldn't score too, but he was taking the majority of the shots. And then, but we lost as a team. I didn't say anything. I was just upset. I was like, words couldn't imagine what I could say. I just didn't say nothing. I was just shocked. And my season was coming to an end. Like how people were scared to die, my season was coming to an end. My eyes were shut in, and I was literally dying inside. And 2 guys had offers to United States, and they took their dreams. One played with Andrew Wiggins. One took his talents to another place where he ended up playing, I think it was D2 or D3 or D1 basketball at a prep school. And he was that good, and he traveled, and he made it. And obviously the coach was looking towards him much more than the other guy. And but he had other supporting casts. Xavier had more supporting cast. Jordan ended up going. He had supporting casts from other coaches around the industry of basketball, AU stuff, and all that stuff. So he got his name out there already. So he was already making a move. Xavier, we didn't know. He said he was trying to get it. He told me he wanted to go to the NBA. He was going to make it to the NBA. He needed his papers because he was going back to the States, and then a bunch of stuff, and then he did that. And then he left. And then that was it. My season was over. I was devastated. I was heartbroken. I dunked my last game as like, you know, off of like out of anger. Just afterwards, I was furious. I was furious. And till this day, I don't hold grudges or anything like that. I just dislike that guy. And then, you know, in the future, he turned to be a little bit more unselfish. He started to get the assists. He was scoring. I seen him in G League, D League, all that other stuff. I was like, if this guy was only like that back then, when he was only with understanding of passing and being able to get somebody open and understand that he can race with somebody else, we would have went to OFSA and we would have been living for another 3 weeks, and it would have been tough, but that's what it was. And he was just very selfish at grade 9. And certain times, we needed it. Coach was saying, we need you to score, to telling him we need to score and stuff. It was really, 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 really tough. And me being unselfish, because I was already unselfish with a coach who was teaching me to get other people involved. And knowingly, I never really had offense, but I had the education of knowing how to get to the spot, pass the ball in the right time, get to the right area, get the ball to the right spot, get everyone involved in the game, stay focused, stay driving, keep pushing, locking up players, playing the best player. Yo, I locked up a guy who played in a D1 school, and he led the school in all these statistics, and now to this day, he was a champion, 2-time champion, repetitively, 2-time champion, went to NCAA, was tearing up the NCAA, and he only had 9 points, and he was supposed to be averaging anything 25 and up, and I locked him down on a box and won. And I'm talking about he was the best flyer. He was there was nobody else. Nobody else in the league. There was nobody else in the league. There is nobody else. There was nobody. He had James White ability. He had nobody else in the league was able to do the things he was doing. He was doing windmills, 360, putting his hands in the rim. He was tapping glass and throwing he didn't do nothing. He had 9 points. He sacrificed for his team. We played the coach called a boxing 1. If you don't know what a boxing 1, it's a lock up situation. It's for the best player on your team. I told my mom to come to that game too. I told my Dukes to come to that game because she never knew I did athletics. She didn't know anything about what I was doing. I told her to come. She ended up coming. She brought the little ones and they got to see me in a different light because I'm in a new school. So, like, you know what I mean? To show her that I actually do things. I cannot be a scrub. I was never a scrub. You know what I mean? So, at the end of the day, the one thing that I would say is he was averaging, when you look at his statistics, he had 40-point games, he had 30-point games, 25-point games. He was going crazy on teams. He was just going sickle. This guy comes to the school. We play blocks in 1. I locked this guy up to 9 points. This guy had 9 points the whole entire game. You know what happened? This guy got so unselfish. He showed a different dynamic to his game. This guy was passing the ball. He was passing the ball to his shooters. And the game was over. The game was over. So I was thinking that he was going to have a selfish mentality and attack me every single time. Attack. Because I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Meaning, this guy can jump. He can jump and dunk on me. Like, you can literally look at a man and go, yeah, he's going to most likely dunk on me. That's what people were looking at. Like, yeah, he's 100. He's going to dunk on him. Never happened. He didn't do his signature move, his spin move, his in and out spin move, and then the take off and then the boom. He didn't do none of those. Even though he was doing that throughout the season, he didn't do nothing like that. Showing people I was a lockdown defender. He had 9 points. He scores 25 and higher. At that particular moment, 25 and higher, you are looking at the NBA. Kobe Bryant, I'm joining the NBA. That's basically what it's saying. That's how nuts he was. He only scored 9 points. I met another guy who probably went overseas. I don't know how far he made it. His name was Martin. And the only reason why I'm giving out, I'm not going to say like I'm the best. I was not saying I'm the best. I'm good at what I do. I'm good at what I do. This Martin guy had scouts in the crowd from what a lot of players were telling me. Yo, this guy is the one who's going to get looks. He's the one on the team that's going to get looks. We need you to lock him down. He's a shooter. He stands at 6'4". The guy that I was playing was 6'2", 6'1". 6'2", 6'1". Very fast, very quick. He was not someone to be messing with. But this guy had a different dynamic to his game. He was bigger, 6'2", he was 6'3", 6'4". Dynamic, big guy. Big guy. Pretty big guy. My guys couldn't guard him because why? Not fast enough. Never had the education to play defense. They don't even know what defense is. They know about blocking and staying in front of him. Defense is when you stop a guy, but I'm talking about throwing him off the game. A man who you be like, yo, this guy's supposed to be scoring this much points, and if you stop him, you had him completely. This guy ends up scoring 32 points. I was in so much of a tear situation. I didn't cry. I was so heartbroken knowing that I came to school, knowing that my job was to lock him down, and I couldn't do it because this guy can shoot, he can dribble, he can play off the screens. He was doing so much. I was like, this guy is not the same. These guys are not. And he was shooting the lights out. I mean, hand in his face, he didn't care. And I told myself, a shooter can shoot no matter who's in his face. It doesn't matter. It's like me having, I mean, I don't want to say it too much, but like, it's like me having a gun right here and saying, yo, none of you guys are testing me right now. If I pulled it out right here and put it down here and sit right here and said, I'm going to take one shot. None of you guys had a gun on you right here and you couldn't shoot. You couldn't shoot. Dead. I caught you right there. Dead. Like that. That's exactly what mans are trying to flaunt it and show it. Mans will be pulling up their piece and go, yo, you already know what it is. You're dead, bro. You better let me know what it is right now. It's truly so I can make my move. Because if I let you pass, you know you're still dead to me. There you go. There you go. If a shooter can shoot, no matter who's in his face. No matter who. Doesn't matter who is in his face. I pulled up on boy and I tried to ask him a question. Man grabbed his gun. He was like, hey, back up. Just wanted to ask you a question. Man's a defensive, bro. Dead. So the whole point about it is, even with, like, just saying it too, just clarify it. If a police officer pulls out his gun, he has 100% in his head that he can use it. He just has to click it. It doesn't have to, nothing's stopping him. As soon as he pulls it out, he can click it and do whatever and take the consequences. If he doesn't pull it out, he never thought that serious. He never even thought that situation was even serious enough to do that. He had it seriously under control. To his mindset. Okay? That's just some knowledge that you guys need to know. Last but not least. You know what I mean? The season was over. Guys end up going to college and doing all that stuff. And I'm going to come back to the stripper situation. Couple years later goes by. In grade 9, I took grade 9. In my 5th grade, past grade 12, is my 5th grade. This girl who had the great mouth to talk and diss a lot of people. She was like pointing out, dissing people. Couple years later, she ends up leaving school. She ends up like forgetting school. She doesn't ever graduate. I don't think so. She ends up turning out to be a stripper. The same thing that I was already looking at before when I already seen the traits. And the funny thing about it was, she was hella confident, man. She was posting shit. She was hella confident, bro. Hella confident. It was just funny how shit just worked out. But at the end of the day, man, all jokes aside, man, that is a story time with Chris Dash. I hope you guys enjoyed a lot of that great stuff. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. And I know I might have answered most of your questions. I'm going to check right now. But I was talking and just letting you guys venting and knowing. I have a sports background. I'm pretty much educated. I got to meet guys who are in the NBA, who played with NBA players, coached NBA players, heard my name in the biggest part of the city, yelled out loud. I had opportunities where guys seen me and they knew how good I was, and they gave up their jersey to give me an opportunity, even though that opportunity was their opportunity, and they just knew things were happening. I won church league basketball championship situations. I got NBA players announcing the game. I played at Durham College. I played at college events. I played in leagues. I have records in leagues for defensive records. A guy who will lock up your best player. I have locked up players that have thought they can score and they score 0. Things I do, it's amazing how I do it. I was a flyer. I got injured by a friend. Not friends anymore. I'm not friends with a lot of these individuals. Friends can be your worst enemies, and yeah, that's just basically what it is. And at the end of the day, it is great to know that through the time beings in this, like, you know, this world, and trying to figure out myself, I'm starting to get a little bit more aware of myself, my legs, my knees, my muscles, my joints, my bone in me. I am knowing that every day I gotta live as much as I possibly can. I'm always dying every single day where it goes by. But the one thing about it is I'm still encouraged to still do things and still be understanding that I was grateful for this life that was given, and I don't take it for granted. I don't put bullshit around me. If you do come around me, you get consistent work around me done. Learn, operate in some type of sense where you're gonna be able to be the best that you can be. And I really look into that type of situation. I'm not a kid like most of you guys. I'm pretty much more somebody who would be able to look over you guys and see you guys over and see something, even program plan around situations around you. I have prior knowledge about a lot of things. I am very, very, very mentally invested in myself, and knowing that you need to believe in yourself, and knowing that you need to be the best you got to be. And I just would like to say thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for coming out, showing your support. Every little support counts. I appreciate everything you guys been doing. I can be gaming right now, but I felt like, you know, I haven't done a Just Shy in a minute. I'm confident in everything I do. I have never came across a man that I was ever fearful of. I just knew that mans were very, very paid, and mans were very rich, and they can see the best in you, and they know the best in you. But sometimes you got to bring the competitive mode out of you when you have to compete against opposites, but not against a person who's really trying to put the money in your pocket. But you know that to the end of it is, you seen something in me that you would pay, so you already gave it up to me, but you know to yourself that it was worth its spent. You know what I mean? So thank you very much. I appreciate so much. And I will always have a competitive edge throughout gaming, conversating through something, even if it comes down to politics. As long as I know the conversation, debates, I would say debating is really great. You know what I mean? Tug of war. You don't want to give in too much, because you give in too much, your balance gets thrown off, and they could pull you right in and reel you in. You want to be able to be solid and firm. As long as you can stay solid and firm, where they can't keep pulling you, it just keeps on moving side and side, and not like one way and the other. You know what I mean? It's totally different. So I know how important those situations are and so much conversation goes on in life that you always got to work and grasp your knowledge around it and live in the moment. And sometimes it comes through theory, sometimes it comes through realistic thinking, some of it is over drastic thinking, and some of it is actually facts. Okay, so everything that I was able to give you today as a conversation and something that you can actually get to, it's gonna be facts. If you don't hear me talking for a minute on the stream, please believe me, I talk for so many hours, and I legit can do this for hours on hours on hours. And I can talk a lot of people's heads off, I can answer a lot of questions, and I can be myself. But everyone wants to know what makes you so special. I think I'm so special is because if I had to say contestant wise, I am a Christmas baby. I'm a Christmas baby on the spot. I am special born. I'm special born. If no one does know what a Christmas baby is, it's born on Christmas Day, December 25th. And likewise, if you guys know, and some people live in culture and culture thing, knowing my skin color, they called gods. Okay, we're called gods. I met a god on another day. You know what I mean? Another god another day, meaning someone who's born on the day of a god's birthday. You know what I mean? Where they can list it and say, oh my gosh, you know, but they realistically don't know, but they're going off of a feeling, of a general aspect feeling, not naturally knowing what it is. They're just going off a feeling, of emotion, of facts. We'll just have to find out. But at the end of the day, a special thing goes out to me just saying that. And it's not a day not to forget. And you will not forget someone like me. You will always remember someone like me, because that day will fall back every single year. And it's the most joyful year of every year. And throughout that season, it is the blessed year to be in. And likewise, that is the love season of like heartwarming feelings between families and loved ones, and giving, and great stuff happens around that season. You go broke around that area just as much as I'm broken inside too. But at the same time, giving and being broke is it's a lovely feeling, but you did it out of a great aspect. But I just wanted to let you guys know that I have had a lot of moments thinking about it and enjoy doing what I do in front of the camera. I'm not scared of the camera. I ended up being on the news for athletic situations wise at York University, where I had to go and perform in a lot of events, and then I was on camera through a manager type of sense, where she said choose somebody out of 3, and then she's like, oh, which one? And then after she chose me out of all of them, because I stood out more out of all of them, and I took one take, and I did it in one take, and I handled it perfectly fine. And I was on the news for I think it was a day. I was on the day for the event, and I do this naturally. I'm a naturally gifted, talented kid with mentors that throughout many years who have watched over me. I've been around billionaires, 100,000 people who made 100,000s, millionaires. I've been around guys who do a bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? Climbed up a ladder bracket where I climbed up to senior citizen, a representative of senior citizen, and someone who has an education background with still learning education itself. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that type of sense, I'm not as, you would say, you know what I mean, easygoing as other people, as like scared of the camera. I indulge in it. I love it. I grasp the knowledge and I grab it towards me. I gravitate it. Everything gravitates to me, and I realize it that it doesn't gravitate to other people because they don't have the understanding or have the drive that I have, that people want to hear, and they gravitate to me. And that's why sometimes I really feel like when I turn off the camera and I turn off all the lights and I'm doing my thing by myself, I'm very competitive. I'm very, very strong and bold in how I feel, and there is a legacy or a way to win, a graphic way to win, and having winning people around you. But knowingly, I know that I outdo a lot of people on an everyday basis. So when you guys come to my channel and you see players and you see bodies, remember, I know what I'm doing. But if I don't know what I'm doing, I will let you know I don't know what I'm doing, so I can tell you I don't know what I'm doing. And this is time for you to educate and be a little bit smarter in a situation that you have knowledge in. So this is exactly the time where I actually share the light more than actually hold it up so much, because there's other things that people want to know from other individuals. When it comes down to money, saving money, eating healthy, working out, coming down to how do you talk so good? You know, how you don't have a speech impediment. How did you learn how to speak like that? You know what I mean? Like, can you show me how you do things? You know what I mean? Things like that. You know what I mean? Tutorials, all those things. You know what I mean? Can you host a group? How can you answer questions? I can answer questions right now. When was the last time you thought to yourself, I need to get better? Or questions like this. When was the last time you actually took initiative in knowing you are that good? When did you ever take upon yourself that you knew you were going to live like this? How do you actually make your time so worthwhile? How can you make somebody very happy about their day? How can you disappoint an individual that is counting on you? How can you individually realize you are the most important thing that you know? How strong is your will? What does love mean? How do you show your love? What is affection to you? When was the last time you did something for someone and made them feel good about it and talk about it and explain? I'm a totally different breed from different people. That's why they look at me and they say, yo, you have it all. I'm a built package. I'm a built package. Like I said, I'm not bitch made. I'm sorry. If I come, I'm taking your show. So that's why when I get people come and listen to me or asking me questions that they want to hear, bruh, believe me when I say this, I have a lot of answers that really fulfill people's overflowing their cup. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to do. But there's so much other people out there that will give you gallons of it. But remember, it's in them already that they're still trying to dip and put into you. So I'll see you guys again with another show. My name is Chris Dash. That was another show on showing you guys my nickname and where I got it from. And I will see you guys later. I hope this was some great content. I will see you guys back with some more. And I hope you guys really enjoyed it. Thank you for hanging out with Chris Dash. And take a look at my back, baby. I'm beating it from the back, baby. Okay. Okay, baby. Alright, back to what I was doing, bro. Okay, so I'm about to get down on my DC stuff right now, man. I'm dead. I'm dead, bro. Only if you knew what I was doing in these clothes, boy, in the skin of my boy, you'd have been like, yo, this is my meds. Yo, you trying to lick me up? Yo, bro. Shoot, man. Alright, man, I'm gonna play some DC. I'm just gonna get in some raids and some all this good stuff, man. We're gonna get some fun. Could you maybe show all your characters? Ooh, someone said, can I maybe share all my characters? I just left out. Okay, I might have to go back out and go back in. Okay, Dark Universe, time capsules, leave soon. Okay, leaving soon. Okay, so basically what I will tell you about this, that you can help yourself about this part is, capture and do a lot of missions and get the time capsules. You want at least 300, 150 at least time capsules, so when you have time to open them, you can open a bunch of them and still get something out of it, so you can finish this Lady Blackhawk outfits, enhanced style, and this white neon chromes. Okay, and enhanced shadow gear in this time capsule, and by defeating enemies. Okay, this is in a very much a style that is a dark universe, dark multiverse style, talking from the new DLC that we have, Metal Part 2. Okay, so Metal Part 2 is something that we actually have to get into. Remember, this is all knowledge in here, you know what I mean? Like, all of the knowledge is in here, but it's all up on the screen so you guys can see it. The details, I will show you the details, okay? So there is an opportunity for you to unlock with 90 marketplace cash. Okay, so if you have real currency, you can actually convert it to marketplace cash and open these items. From what I have in my bank account, in my balance, it says account balance 1,326. Okay, so I can open a amount of these ones. I can open up a decent amount, 10 at least. You know what I mean? I can open up 10 at least and get collections, auras, what is that? F metal and source marks, quirks, laughing accessories, collections, thunderstorm, thunderstorm, aura, collection. Okay, black and white, you know what I mean, packs. So we can do a lot of stuff. I have at least 31 stabilizers, 33 stabilizers, because I've been saving up a lot. And if DC ever heard me say that, they'll be like, yo, this guy, he's sitting on a gold mine for now. He could do a whole episode and open up time capsule and then cut off the show. Of course. I did a video where I outdid your very own Orbit, or not Multiverse. What's his name? Let me see if I have him. I have him. What's his name? I have added him because I seen him in the Watchtower recently. And remember, these are people that I met long time ago in the game, man. Some of them don't even play the game now, man. Some of them forgot about these characters. I had someone tell me that I should message Meps and legit try to figure out, because there's a name that I want that's a Captain Adam that has no JL in it, that is in capital. If I message him and he contacts me and he sees how long he has not been in the game, or he can actually remove that name so I can take it. But you know what I mean, it's kind of tough. What is his name? He's a very popular guy. I outdone him on a game, no, on the quantum loadout for the 5.5 speed loadout that I was able to make for characters who have a hard time actually hitting opponents. Because what happens is, if you roll with characters who are like 296, you're not gonna hit a lot of things. So having a quick loadout is just to show you how to actually go through a rotation and have fun and doing it. Because remember, not everybody's gonna be the best DPS in this game. DPSing going down to 4 characters that are trying to do numbers, and you're gonna see numbers on different levels of powers. But people do not understand what I'm trying to say to them, man. I am knowledgeable about what's going on. And thank you, Garth. Thank you so much for saying what's up. Nice to see you, Tempest. You know what I mean? But people just don't understand what I'm trying to touch to. They really think I'm trying to show them something nonsense. I have no time for nonsense. I have grown up with the knowledge of when Caucasian people talk, they really mean the best for you, but they don't mean nonsense. But that's the reason why I gotta go with it. Oh, Obsidian Chill, that's his name right there. I didn't pass it. See how I'm focused? Obsidian Chill. And there's a time capsule situation where he opened up a certain amount, like he opened up 25, and he bought 25 time capsules, and I bought 30 something time capsules just to be a little bit different, to open it up. Did it get the same amount of views? Nah, Obsidian Chill is bigger. You already know that. You already know that. I'm still not even over 1,000 views, and you guys gotta help me do that. I appreciate you guys. You guys gotta hit that sub button. I really want to be somebody to be outstanding, so when we go out there and we hang out, I have did parties with you guys, I have did meetups and greets, and they have followed and they have still followed, bro. And I'm grateful for that. I still enjoy you guys doing that. I need to do a meet and greet. I want to do a giveaway when I get to 500. You guys gotta like these videos. You guys gotta share these videos. I appreciate you guys. The more I get big, the more you guys get big. Why? Because I'm gonna still notice you guys. I'm not gonna forget you guys. The ones who stay around. YT is still here, and he's still here. I have a guy named Error. He hasn't popped up in a minute. I still remember him. TTV, Shadow. He's new to me. I still will have to remember you. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people in here. It's me again. You know what I mean? That I'm going to have to remember. But remember, consistency will outplay a lot of these things in this game. That's what's up. Just like how you keep consistent with a girl. I'm not saying I'm a girl or whatever, whatnot. Don't get me twisted. I appreciate all you guys. I'm a fan of a fan. Consistency will show people go, yo man, I gotta make him a mod, I gotta make him a mod, I gotta make him do this, I gotta do that. Mods come in and out all the time. People unmod people all the time. The one thing that I want to let you guys know is that when you guys come around, you learn something. You really learn something. As much as I might not remember situations and stuff like that, that's why I say videos, highlights. Highlights. My neighborhood's all about night highlights. Highlights. We don't want to see your downtimes. We want to see highlights. So if you can make a highlight happen today, do it. Make it happen. You see this flesh and bones right here? You see this flesh and bones? I'm going to be gone one day. Highlights. Highlights. Show me something. And I'm going to show you the best I can show you. Not a lot of people are on this level that's showing these contents. I might not be showing you elite. Because why? You might not have the patience to sit there for the time being and doing it. You rather watch a quick video to show you what you need to learn in the elite so you are prepared to go in them. I understand those type of things. Okay? I understand those type of things. Yes. I am an atomic tank who's showing people how to tank. I am not scared of taking damage. But I'm scared of when the skull goes above someone's head as a boss. I need to hit something. Somebody needs to hit something. I am really trying to show you guys the importance. And I mess with you guys like that. That's what I'm trying to show you guys. For the time being, I'm sitting here. I could be at work. I'm not working right now. I'm working. I actually am working. You know what? Keeping myself out of trouble. That's what I'm doing. I'm working. I'm keeping myself out of trouble. So I can keep showing my face up every single time here. I don't show up the camera all the time. I even said to myself, people who don't show themselves on camera, man, all of them must be ugly or something, like, you know what I mean? Like, but you know, realistically, you know what I mean? There's a lot of beautiful faces out there, bro. I could be a beautiful face to you, a good gamer to you, a friend to you. On these games, Call of Duty, I'm good in so many games you have seen. You guys seen so many games I played. How much knowledge do I have to keep in my head? I have to have more memory than a whole Siri. I have to have more memory than Siri. You know what I'm saying? I got some room for you. You got to show me some highlights. You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be times you can tune into Trex Lights, Obsidian Chill, you know what I mean, Multiverse, all these guys. There's beautiful content. Death Slayer, you know what I mean, No Name, all these guys. 13 Fists, First Fist. There's all these guys that you can watch for a time frame being. But remember, always learn something. Get something. Look at a loadout. Look how they're rotating it, moving it around. That's how you get better. Playing at your level. Keeping safe out of certain situations. Keeping yourself alive. Don't want to fall. Things are going to happen when you're going to fall. Hoping someone looks up for you. Not giving up on yourself. But when you see the group not really doing good, you got to leave. Because there's other groups out there better. You gotta draw yourself out of the situation because they're really having some lack of problems. Meet up with somebody. You're so strong. Can you help me? Asking for help. See which ones are actually helpers and which ones are non-helpers. It's not because they don't help you, they don't want to help you. It's maybe because there's a time cycle frame that they gotta do it in. These are the things that I'm talking about, man. And you will be better. You will get better. And believe me, you will. You will. Your CR gets up. Your skill points goes up. Your PvP goes up. You're going to see yourself get better. Your damage is going to go up. Your IQ is going to go up. These are the blessings of what you're doing to yourself. Watching videos. Watching missions. Maybe I want to go into the mission for the first time and see how it is so I can see how it is and be like, oh man, I fell in that part, man. You know what I mean? Tweet about it. Watch out for those situations. Do things. Have fun with it, man. Play with the community. Play with my channel. And you will still have fun. If I don't see you in the chat room typing, you know that my eyes have to be locked and focused onto the game itself. Because if I start losing, you guys are not going to want to watch a loser. You guys don't want to watch a loser? Do you guys want to watch a loser? If I was losing in a league, then it's a totally different situation. You guys don't want to watch a loser? You guys want to watch a winner, don't you guys want to watch a winner? Every day stepping up into the arena every single day, Playing to win? Bringing out new loadouts here and there? Who knows if they work? My loadouts work. I appreciate it. For the lower content guys, yes, it works. Some guys can spice it up, put a little bit of this, a little bit of that, put a supercharging vixen. Do you even have supercharged generator? To help you out? The game is giving you little pointers on what you can actually do. Even artifacts. I'm even getting better in artifacts. Yes. Yes. Doing those type of things. Yes. Use me as a source of situation to make yourself better. I'm not talking to you in front of your face though, because I'm not targeting everybody. I'm not targeting everybody. If I didn't say your name, I'm not targeting you. If I'm talking in a broad aspect, I'm talking in a broad aspect. You are just one person. Stop feeling so much. But understand that we all feel the way. I can sit in another person's chat room hearing somebody else say the N-word, and I still don't get offended. Why? I'm tougher and better than that. I am better than that. You just gotta get right. You just gotta get right. And when that happens, a lot of great moments will happen. And one day you're gonna realize to yourself, man, I had a lot of successful groups when I was growing up. I really enjoy them. I miss those times, man. What would it take to get back to those groups? We don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that. You just gotta put yourself into it and actually do something. Look at how he found. Look at this. How did he find me? How did he find me? You see, these are the same thing I asked Bart Simpson when the police officers start popping up on him at places where he's not even supposed to be located in. Man, his mind works in totally different measures, bro. I don't know how. He found me. And look, he's looking better than ever. He's going to get better with his style. You're going to even get better with your styles. Doing missions. You're going to see your player look so much like you want to. You're going to invest all this time. And at the end of the day, you are going to look at something that you see that is worthwhile looking at and giving your best foot forward. I look at my character every single day, Captain Adam, and I enjoy looking at and seeing him. You know what I'm saying? You gotta turn my stream off while you watch my stream because it's gonna echo. But the point is, you will see your character get better. This game is starting to implement certain styles, certain looks, and they're getting better. You just have to be involved and around it and find what is best for you. Those multiverse time capsules will give you a feat for opening 15, even 5, 10. They'll give you feats. I'm getting closer to 400 skill points. $400 skill points. I'm 6 points away from 400 skill points. Playing this game since 2011. Having 2 copies of DC Universe Online. One for a family member and one for myself so we can play. But remember, my interest is not your interest, is it? And that's what I have to realize. Whatever interests you, interests you. But if it interests the majority of the people, you're watching something that the majority of the people will watch. You have something to talk about. Building ways of conversation. There's ways how you look at conversations and you work around it. I come with a lot of knowledge. I have a lot of knowledge. I don't let it go to waste. Whatever I inflict on myself, whatever I do to myself, I am self-aware and encouraged. Knowingly, it will never change me. I deal with people the most best. If you're not rocking with my team, you're not rocking with what I stand for, then I respect knowing that. But when you come and challenge me, step up to the plate and let me knock that out the park. So that's what I'm saying. Get ready. So right now I'm going to lock into the game. I'm going to focus. I'm going to focus very thoroughly. I'm going to focus. Thank you for showing up. I seen their last video with your precision loadout and you're going against the guy and you're going one-on-one. I seen you duking it out over there. You're just trying to wail on guys and swinging that thing. You know what I mean? You're doing your thing, man. Taking your challenge. And you're there. And I will knock it out the park. But see what she does. I actually play with my powers. I could care less what you think about precision. If you want to go talk to somebody, go talk to the Bat family about that stuff. I come with power. I don't play with no power. Yo, I don't play with no power. I play with my power. Because all I could do was I could at least, if I was legit smart, I would put all my powers in precision. I would put all my powers in precision and then put it in health, and I will still get you to knowing that. And I would have put it in focus, weapon, yeah, total weapon into the weapon thing, and then I would have did it like that. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I'm confident for sure, man. I'm confident for sure, man. I'm ugly. Nah, man, girls don't say I'm ugly. I think I'm ugly, but you know what I mean? I need to get shaped up a little bit better. They say I'm ugly, but you know what I mean? I don't know. I've never ever had a girl say I'm ugly, you know what I mean? But they said things could be better, but you know what I mean? You're not ugly. You know what I mean? But hey, what can I say, man? I seen a couple of your videos though. I seen a couple of your videos. I am a fan of a fan. I'm a fan of a fan. So I'm gonna lock in right now. I gotta do my duos, my open world content. I gotta do all of these before I gotta come off. The day gotta be productive, and you gotta play with some of your players that you want to play with, and you gotta fill in LFG chat. You gotta look at LFG chat, see what's there, and take your opportunities there. And likewise, PvP, doing it a couple times a day is very important. Why? That one-on-one gear has never changed for the last 6-7 years. I'm talking shit. Okay, I'm talking nonsense. The last 4 years. Okay? But we're gonna say a decade. So you can catch up to everybody's level. You know what I mean? We all had to be there from skill point 0 to 1. You just have to be active. Type in Feats, DCUO Online Feats, and look at what the easiest ones are to do, and you lock yourself into doing that, and you say, hey, you know what, I'm gonna buckle down for a couple minutes, 40 minutes, and buckle down, do these easy feats, knock them out, and bang, get that feat out of the way. Get that feat out of the way. We have 365 days in this year. People might have this drive and money where they say, I want to make $1 every single day through somebody else's pocket that enjoys what I do. Or maybe I want to be able to hit a sub goal situation. I would like to get more people to follow my page and make myself a little bit more impact into this world. I want to get 1,000 subscribers. I want to get 10,000 hours. I want to get 1,000,000 hours. I want to get something going. Set goals for yourself, man. Don't waste your internet just by not doing anything. Do something with it. It's there for you. It's not going to be there forever. It costs us something to do that. Do something with it. Utilize it. Have fun. Make things happen. Make content. If you're someone who likes to get people worked up and start dissing people, diss as much people as you can until they start hearing you. And they come check you out and they want to come battle you. Be ready. I grew up in an era where battle rap was very important. Why? Guys were getting at each other. Why? Music. I don't know how it got dangerous to the point that people were talking about lives, but when they're talking about music, it's called a fan base. We want these fan bases that you have. We want to show you who the hardest man out here is. We want to show you the best singer who is the best singer out here. We want to show you the best genuine singer is it. The most sexual singer out here it is. The most nastiest singer. I want to show you the best nastiest girl out here. These people are out here to give you the views. Stop wasting your time thinking about what other people think, because at the end of the day, if you could live with it, knowing that was the way you wanted to step into this game, as nasty or as nice as you want to be, you do it to your best ability. And at the end of the day, it will come with its love and it's going to come with its hate. You will never please everybody. On God, that's on me. That's how I'm going to say that. You will never please everybody. But what I'm going to tell you right now, I'm about to hit this content. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to have my way in through it. I'm going to smile. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to cry. I'm going to go through all of it. But at the end of the day, it's my content. Let's have some fun. And it was good to see Garth come by and stop by and, you know, show his face. It was great. It was good. It was good to see that. Now let's get down to the gaming, man. I say focus on that. I'm quiet, bro. I literally get quiet. But first of all, let's get into this open world content with this Valentine's Day situation. And I'm gonna do this. They want to send me in jail. They want to throw me in for prices, bro. All I gotta say is whatever, man. I'm gonna come out there a man of all men, bruh. I'm gonna show you your man is a bitch to all them girls, bruh. Show you guys that, bro. I'll never be somebody's bitch.
Mr. Freeze and his goons are interfering with the Star Sapphires and risking the safety of Gotham City. Head there and assist the Star Sapphires in any way you can.
All right, man. We're gonna go and do that. I don't know what this is. Okay, this is the movement situation. So we're going to do all of this and have fun. I'm going to show you some of these items. Ooh. Oh, DC Universe Online. Oh, no. You can't even see it. You just see it a little bit. Okay, that's just a little bit. I'm going to show you guys some of the stuff. I'm using bioluminescent. It's a very tonguey word. I had to hear a couple people say it before. I couldn't say it off the bat. Dictionary had to say it. Look at those hands. Those hands look actually really good. You know what I mean? Those look really good. Those gloves, they look really good. They can be for like, they look really good. That looks like for a style, good style. The belt, I'm not really feeling the belt. You know what I mean? The belt's whatever. Could be good. Shoes. I'm not really feeling the shoes, not at all. Not at all. But if you're like Virgil Hawkins, like where, you know, the guy who's like more the cowboy situation, you could rock those. Virgil Hawkins, stuff like that, like, you know what I mean? Oh, look at that heart piece. That's really big. That's really tough. That looks nice. Heartbreak. Aw. Okay, base items. You got pianos. You could put a piano in your whole. You could put your whole piano in your whole house, man. Who wouldn't want that? You got this poison ivy type of trap situation that catches flies. That's not even getting no air. It might die in there. Oh my gosh, it looked like a time bottled situation. Stand, looking nice. Ooh, you got a cabinet. Oh my gosh. You keep a lot of stuff up in there. Oh my gosh, vines with some hearts on it, man. Oh my gosh, poison ivy would be. Oh, this is like, look at that, man. Abstract art. Look at that, man. Look at that. Oh my gosh, you looking like you could just be lost in there. What is this? I can't even go up and down, man. They should be able to make you go up and down so you can see the top. It looks like flowers with candles on top of the table. You know what I mean? Centerpiece. I mean. Oh, you know what I mean? Jacuzzi. Who wants to come in with me, man? Who want to come into the jacuzzi, man? Get hot, what is it? Hot time machine, whatever. Yeety. Ooh, what is this? This looks like a cup. Putting some drink in my cup. Oh, it looks like a vase. It's a vase. All right, it's a vase, so you can put thing in it. Okay, you got some balloons, you know what I mean, some ornaments for the love season, you know what I mean. Bring your best shorty over there, you know, to your crib and show her how you live. Anyways, Look at this unicorn. You know what I mean? Remember the unicorn that came out a couple years ago? Now this is a unicorn with wings. Oh my gosh. Pegasus. Pegasus. Oh my gosh. Pegasus. I can't check that out because it's a collection. And these are the wings that everybody has been talking to me about. Do this year. Go get this. Go get these wings this year. Do not sleep on them. Go get these wings. Stop messaging me a year afterwards. Go get these wings. If you're not looking at this video, you are missing out. Go get these wings. These wings are legit. I made a video a long time ago. I just watched it. It hit 1,000 views. Thank you guys for watching it. Appreciating it. Appreciate it. That guy's making good content, and they're starting to make good content. You know what I mean? Clips, you know, thumbnails. They're doing everything for you guys, man. Thank you guys. The backpack, this one was nice. I like this one. If you had like some Naruto kind of like built with you going on, and you had this one look legit. It look nice. So we're getting to the ending part. So altogether, man, all this new content, surprisingly, it's gonna cost you at least 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 100, 25, 25, okay, 25, okay. At least anywhere 200 and I'll say 300 at most. 300 for this new content, you'll be great. You have a lot of time. You have until the end of this month to do that. So today I'm gonna show you what we're gonna get into, how we're gonna do it, and exactly what you need to do. Okay, so stay tuned, buckle up, sit tight, like the video, and I hope you guys like what you guys see, and I will see you guys very soon. Hold on, I'm just gonna go there. I just gotta make it there. Okay, hold on, let me just make it over there. Let's get into this. Let's get into this nice stuff, man. Let's get into this nice stuff. Alright. So we are in Gotham, and let's see if anything is happening in Gotham. Ooh, we got some stuff that we can put in our what's it called? Artifacts. Let's go and do that. We can't. I need to get this to go up a little bit more, man. I really need to get this to go up a little bit more. I need to use a shield to getting it to the way it is, but I need to buy some more pieces. But I'm gonna get more shields, and I'm gonna get that. That's another thing about DC Universe Online. It's gonna be a money situation on that one, and yeah, it's gonna be a very effective, but it will help you out throughout many battles going throughout the game. It will help. Likewise, let's get some of these situations up. Okay. Alright, so let's go to our journal. We're going to go to our journal, and we're going to look at these events. And at the end of the day, we're going to go and click this one. It says we're in Gotham. The reason why I'm going to click it is we double click it to highlight it. It's like reading a book and seeing where you're in a book and highlighting words that you might not know, that you may have to come back to. You might want to know the definition. You don't know it off the bat. You want to see what that is. Or something that a line probably stood out to you that was very important in the book. You highlight in a book. I read books. Sometimes I usually go to Starbucks. I go travel around the city. I go read a book. I go to Chapters. I go to Indigo. I go to places like this. Most people don't know me like this. I don't talk to people because they're not on my level. They're not on my level. But for most of you guys who are going to try to keep up with me, try to keep up. So I'm highlighting it. Let's go up. Okay. So these guys are going to be listed. They're going to be all around Gotham. All around the corners of Gotham. You just have to find it. Okay. So here's one. Here's one of them. Okay. So I got to take out these guys. And all of them take out one. So if you have a precision weapon or a damage situation, that takes off one. So he invites me to a group because he sees I'm doing the same thing that she's doing. So now we completed that. We got one. I could go down this road. That was another thing. When you're starting the game at the beginning, it's always good to invite the people who are around you because it makes the mission a little bit more easier and not so much harder. But the one thing that you got to realize is that the loot for your individual situation will come to you. But when you have other people in the group and you get collections and stuff, they can have a chance to take that loot. But if they're not in the group with you, they don't have any chance of taking that loot when you're in there. Okay? So the one thing about it is you got to be very cautious on how you do that. Okay? Because majority of people come around, like me, I go around more than often. I go around to places once or twice and keep going around them. So this is the Sapphire. This is the Love Sapphire situation going on, and Star Sapphire, and they're a lantern core consistent of the striving on people's love. It's a dominated girl situation, and girls are the ones, females of all races of color is in the Sapphire. They need love to continue with their lantern, to continue with the strength. Sapphire. You know what I mean? I will educate you guys as much as I possibly can. I'm knowledgeable about a lot of things, but still willing to learn. Okay, you guys? Still willing to learn. Okay? So here is some more, and we are going to get involved into this. And we just got credited for another thing. Basically, we're just saving a bunch of civilians from this situation. Okay? Grundy's out. Let me step back. Look at that move, man. Look at that. Look at that frame by frame. Oh my gosh, I got rewarded for taking out Grundy in the open world, man. Oh my gosh, he's just lying there. You just leave him. Let's fly away. Hopefully he recovers. Who knows? Grundy is another good character because his background came from Scarface. So they can really implement his movie into being a Scarface movie. Guns, drugs, living, all that nice stuff, man. Look at that. We just bumped into Garth. How did we do that? We got him back. How important is that? A lot of things I didn't get, a lot of things didn't catch me. I got him. Alright. So we're going to continue. The other person broke off from group because they got as much as they needed, and they got exactly what they needed. So they used me for as much as they needed, and that's as good as possible. You know what I mean? What can I say, man? It just works out hand in hand. We both helped each other. So now we got some more situations over here, and we got to figure out what's going on. So right now, the person who's going to use this is Mr. Freeze himself. He sent his goons out, and he sent them to actually get me that. And I got rewarded for 3 hearts. So now let's see my overall together is 3 hearts. So let's see how much we have. So we have 37 in general, okay? So now there's one more event that I can do, and then we can do the what's it called? The on-duty tab situation. So we're gonna go to this movement mode. This is in Metropolis. So what's gonna happen is get your heart racing. Okay, it's in Metropolis, and then you got the little description talking about what you're gonna be doing in heading to Metropolis and racing against others in the Valentine's Day theme multiplayer movement rate challenge. Okay, and then they have the objective at the bottom, and they show you will earn 1 heart. So your reward will be 1 heart. Okay, I know I might be talking a little bit too fast. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying, but this is basically a challenge. Anybody who sets a challenge up like this, there is a reward that you can do, and you can get it. And sometimes it leads up to feats, but you have to look a little bit more thorough into it, and you will find it out. But I'm not going to go thoroughly into it, but if you guys want to see videos on that, please let me know. Please let me know. Okay? And now we are going to go to Metropolis. The best way to get to Metropolis is using our map. Okay? So we're going to go to warp to menu. Okay? Going to warp to menu, and then after, there's going to be a rally area point, but it doesn't say Metropolis, but there's going to be an area that says Metropolis. Okay? Metropolis is right here. All I got to do is click X on Metropolis, and then it's gonna send me, Oracle's gonna send me through a beam of light to Metropolis. In now. We're just waiting. Loading screen. Loading screen. But look at the dynamics of this artistic work. Oh my gosh. Alright, so we now made it over. And now we got a race over. But now it's saying the distance between me and the event is 1,660. But now it says 1,404, 1,300, and it keeps on going down. So what happens is we're navigating and navigating and navigating and getting closer to the challenge itself. We're getting closer to the challenge itself until it comes up to 0. So it's getting 800, 700, 600, 500, and we're going as fast as we can. We're going as fast as we can. 400, 300, and we're rapidly getting closer and closer to the challenge at hand. Okay? So the challenge is so close, I can even taste it. Okay, so someone got, ooh, North Metro. Ooh, someone got their crib right there. So look at this. We have all of these individuals, and Garth has beaten me to the spot. But we're not in the group, so we're not really doing that. So right now, I'm going to click circle and get ready for this event. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now, we are going to see what it takes. It's going to give us a reward, a romantic emblem. Okay? And then the speed that we have to do this race in to get platinum. Platinum is the most expensive item that you can possibly get and make out of anything. It's just so expensive because it's so good to use, or it's so, the material lasts long. Okay, it's lasting long material. Okay, so it's 1 minute and 55 seconds. Okay, so let's do this. So they give us an 8-second count. Basically, we cannot leave the circle in that time being. We could stay in the air, and then we can fly when it says go. It doesn't give us any super speed or anything, but what happens is we're majority making it through. You just got to be very, 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 very accurate. Very, very, very accurate. You just got to be very, very accurate. And that's the way that you got to do. Slow and steady wins the race. Okay? You see, you're not supposed to hit the hearts. I don't know why that person went so much faster. I'm trying. Oh, I just missed one. Oh no. That's gonna ruin the time. But I'm still gonna get the reward. Ooh. I'm still gonna get the reward because I participated in the challenge. But from what you have seen, I have did this over many years, and a couple years before, it used to be a big guy. It used to be a headspace of a character that would have glasses on. And at that particular moment, I outdid the my whole competition, whatever you would say. And yeah. So the speed is starting to pick up because I'm getting downward speed, but I have completed this thing many of times. Okay? And now it's saying 2 minutes. Oh, so the hearts actually do give you a speed boost. So I got silver and I got the reward of the heart. Look. See? So I completed it. As long as you do it and you enjoy it, you will do it. But if you win the 1 minute and 55 seconds, you get the reward of the romantic emblem. I already have it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I already have it. Okay. So yes, the pink gets you faster. So yes, the hearts, going through it again because it comes around every once in a while, every year. Have to refresh my mind. They will make you go faster. Okay. So I got the reward and they give you one. And double clicking it will give you a reward. So now I am in Metropolis and I have completed it. I'm good to go. Now the next thing is I can queue up for the event. Love Battlefields. Okay? So we're gonna do that. And then it gives you a little brief description. Mr. Freeze. And I think I want to do this in DPS mode because trolling is not that really effective in that situation. You can keep a group alive, but I am going to stay alive. So this is the erasing event right here. And you get to see many characters that are willing to do this. And look at those wings. Look at those wings. Look at those wings. And then he got smaller wings. Look at that. And yeah, that's what it is. And basically right now I'm waiting for the queue in to doing this mission, Battle Loves, or Love Battle, or yeah, Battlefield. Love Battlefield. Loves Battlefield. Okay, so they're talking about the characters that are going to be in here. Is going to be Mr. Freeze, Star Sapphire, Crystals, Technology, Gotham's hospital, and destroying Gotham City. In like basically these crystals are very powerful. They're basically saying these crystals are very powerful. I'm just basically, what's it called, scheming, reading why scheming. Oh. So we're gonna talk to Starfire. Look at that. If you looked at a character like this, what would you say? They haven't been playing this game a lot. No, they haven't. You look at this character. Ooh, that put it. Oh my gosh. I think Scorpion will be very, very, very happy to see a girl like that. I think he'd be fond about it. So we gotta dish some punishment out here. To save the city. And Mr. Freeze is the individual. Yellow lanterns are not on the hero side, they're on the villain side more of the times. I'm gonna hit down an orbital, hit my trinket, don't get him to move, go through the motions, and then I'm gonna hit my supply drop, I supercharge, get a soda, he's focusing on me. I gotta move out the way. 35%er. And he almost took me out, man. He almost took me out. So I got 6 for doing that mission. I got 6 hearts for doing that mission. So we talked to the Star Sapphire, and that is it. We defended this point, and we ended up doing that. Because I had to roll out, you see, that's how it works. Because I would have died if I didn't roll out properly. Why? Because I thought about more of my life than more than the numbers. And that's just what happens to be what this situation is. I worried about my life more than the numbers. Like you should always worry about. If you have a chance, there is a vending machine that sells the products. After you do the missions, you can see what you really want to buy, and you can buy it, and you can make yourself so much better. And these things require you to buying them. The base items are very important. You're supposed to buy a certain amount of them. These emblems will get you some feats, and the style points of collecting these will get you some styles. Okay, feats and styles. Okay, if you want to know where to go, I'm going to show you exactly where you need to go. You got to go to deeds on your options button. Wherever you got to click onto computer, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, you go to deeds, you go to Feats, you go down, you go to seasonal, because these are seasonal events. Seasonal. Okay? You go to love conquest, conquers all. Love conquers all. Okay? You go to that area, you end up looking at it, it says 2020 collections by 10 base items. 10 base items gives you 10 point feats. Okay? This one says collect the hands, waist, and feet to complete this 2020 style, and you will get a 25 point feat. Collecting the one that comes with the heart at the back of you will give you a 25 point feat. And there's another one. If you complete the collections with the fireworks aura, you will get a 25 point feat. Okay? So these are very important on getting the important things of actually getting these feats. From what you know, these feats actually make me so much stronger that I'm sitting at the skill point level at, no, not skill point, this the skill point level at 394. So I'm doing a really good job because I am above my content and I am above the skill point level to feel good to do elite, regular, anything I want to do. I feel good and confident doing it. Doesn't mean you don't have to, you just have to be very careful when you have lower skill points about the attack damage that's coming your way. You got to be very careful, okay? Luckily, somebody else in the room had enough DPS and power that I could block and run away from the situation, so the damage didn't feel like it was not going down enough, okay? So I will continue and I will leave out. So we just saved Gotham's hospital from Mr. Freeze and the crystals that were embedded, that were powering up generators to doing as much coldness as he possibly wants. Look in lead chat. Okay. Funny they put wrong titles for informations on websites. Okay. Mentioning rewards of gifts, such. Okay. Something but say if it's a vendor, meaning not really a reward or gift at all, we buy it. Okay, so I'm gonna continue what I was gonna do. I have a hard time looking in that because pretty much I know. The only thing is, like, when I have to go to meetings and stuff like that, that's what happens. But I'm gonna take away myself from league chat. I was able to like give them a brief context about what's going on, and likewise you guys. So I'm gonna continue. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna just edit. I'm gonna edit some of this stuff. So you guys are just gonna see me sit here for a minute. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am gonna do Metal Part 2. Yes, that's what's gonna happen right now. And I'm gonna do Metal Part 2, and I'm gonna continue with that. Say a word. I've been streaming for at least 2 hours. Oh, 2 hours. 2 hours. About to go 3. Really good. At least I was able to get a stream in today. Remember, going to the DC Universe Online website is very important to see updates and likewise things that are upcoming and happening at the particular time of what DC Universe Online is doing. I'm going to put on a brief context of what you are going to see in word context form as what you need to be looking for in DC Universe Online. So if you guys see anything in the chat room, in the description area, look very thoroughly into the description area, and I will briefly put something in there, and you can read it just briefly and just scheme it to see what's going on. Okay. And at that particular moment, let's go. Okay. Remember, if you are new, please hit that sub button and be a part of Chris Dash's channel. I put up content like this most of the time on a daily basis to make sure that everyone individually knows that I continuously play DC Universe Online and play many other games. From what you have seen, I have a video of Call of Duty. They're going into their second season right now, and they're going into a really good moment where they're showing a new skin form of a character called Ghost. Okay, so this is actually really good. So I really want to be able to show you guys all these great things that they're implementing into the game, and all the people that participated in it. I do have problems where the game has problems with me, but not saying that things don't happen to being normal. It's like what I see is what other people see is the same thing that we're questioning about the game. You know what I mean? Like, why is that happening and stuff like that. So please be really, really cautious with me. I really want to be okay with you. Give me a second. I'm going to make it spice it up. I definitely want to be able to show you guys where you're going to be. And likewise, it's from February the 10th to March the 4th. So you have a lot of time to getting this. You just have to be very active, doing this every single day. Every single day, these options are given to you every single day. So if you have a monthly membership for a month, you can do this every single day until the end of the month of when you actually got your membership. Okay, so I want to be able to let you guys know that and enlighten you guys a little bit more about that. And I definitely want to show you guys this thumbnail that DC Universe Online has actually put it out and put it up on there so you guys can actually see the dates, so you guys are okay to knowing that this great content has some stuff to look forward to. I will make my own thumbnail throughout this time doing of like chasing these feats and all these great stuff, but for now I'm gonna throw you a thumbnail that DC Universe Online has edited themselves through the captured editors who are editing the situation accordingly. Okay, so thank you guys very much for staying tuned. I'm gonna do Metal Part 2 now. I want to be able to show you guys a new seasonal event just passed and show you guys this great stuff. Okay, so now we are going to be moving to Metal Part 2, but this whole video was basically talking about the Valentine's Day and the Sapphires and the villain himself, Mr. Freeze. Okay, so don't forget about Mr. Freeze. He's still one of the characters that makes a hero a hero. Okay, yeah, let's continue. So now, another thing too, navigating through a place like this, you know what I mean, is really fun. Some of these situations I already have. I can give them away to, you know what I mean, people as on my friends list, or I can send them to people who do not have it, put in my bank, if, in my, what's it called, my, the league hall that I'm in, the league that I'm in, I could put it in there. I could do a lot of things, okay? So, one thing about it is, I'm going to check out this Nth Metal. These tokens are very, very, very useful because when you click them, they go towards the progression of your prestige, okay? So, let's just show you what prestige looks like, okay? Prestige. Hello, hello, welcome out. So, the prestige is right now sitting at, so it's going to go to 312,995. Okay, so we're gonna turn that number into 313,990. No, 300 and just 305. Okay, so watch. You see that? 95. So it went up from 313,095. Okay, so that's what happens when you grab those tokens that called prestige. And I am one of the top representatives of this league, and I have only been in the league for how many days? 84 days. 84 days showing greatness through all the times of being here, through helping people from bottom and up, being in group member conversations, being in board meetings with the group, going through the league hall and showing my existence, coming online, being attentive online. This is what made me so high in this situation. I started from here, and then I've made worked myself up. So okay, so I'm now a Justice League member. Some leagues have these situations like Lantern Corps. For if you're a Lantern, you're a Lantern. If you're, you know what I mean, situation Sorcery Justice League means Santana, Dr. Fat Thing, and Young Justice means young, like Superboy, you know what I mean, those guys like that, and you know what I mean, things like that. Titans mean anybody from like Beast Boy or Robin, Starfire, Cyborg, kind of thing like that. You know what I mean, you move up. But Justice League member, Captain Atom was a league member situation. And someone's calling me. I'm just gonna let it ring. I don't know where you guys are, but like if you answer phone calls during the day, you still have to, you're gonna get charged on them. So, just the way it is. So yeah, I'm gonna continue. We're looking for characters. Remember, we're looking for Green Arrow, Kyle Rayner, Simon Bass, John Constantine to join the league. So you can make a John Constantine style really good. Simon Bass is a very, very good looking style. You can make two. Kyle Rayner is a very, very beautiful style you can make. And Green Arrow is another beautiful style that you can make. We're looking for characters right now. So if you want to fulfill these shoes and fill these gaps, feel free to hit me up when the time is ready, so I can be able to go and do those things for you, so I can get you prepared. Okay? Likewise. Alright, so I'm going to go to Metal Part 1. I'm going to put this into LFG chat, and I'm going to go to Metal Part 1. So we're going to go to Thanagar. Okay, so yo, I might have a PvP match coming up in the near future. Stay clear to that one because that one's gonna be pretty lit, and that's gonna be something that I'm gonna be looking forward to. I gotta make sure my best foot goes forward. This person fought Deathslayer and many other players in this game, so I gotta make sure that I'm on my A game on that one. So I definitely want to make sure that it's going to be looking good. So I definitely want to show you guys some of that content. Remember, if I did not list your name in one of them stories of like grades, I will, if you ever mention your name and I have heard of you, I will mention it and I will definitely tell you how good you are. But I'm not scared of any opposing person to actually play against. It's just not me. So I'm gonna phase over to somebody else's phase because they're calling for the nth golem up is phase, so they're saying phase over. So I'm gonna phase over, and I'm gonna start heading over there. They're actually getting started. I'm seeing enemies on the left and right of us. I'm gonna take these guys down while the group is trying to figure it out. I got another one. I gotta stay clear of that big golem. I had to do this 77 times. It took me at least hours. It took me hours to complete this. Oh my gosh. I'm risking myself for this. So yeah, this was this was something else. I gotta be careful how he's watching. The one thing about this is like, yo, when you see him in your eye vision, like he's doing that, you gotta roll out. That's a move. That's a one-shot move. I'm doing side missions on the side while I get the general guy speaking. He's about to be 35%. Use a 35%er. Take him out. And he is completely done. And yeah, we got the mission rewarded. We took him down. Now I can do my side missions. I got them knocked out. I'm gonna get a couple of these guys knocked out. Continue with it. Everything that has a thunderbolt across its head usually means I need to get it and claim it. And let's continue. And that's how it goes. That's how the cookie crumbles. You just do it like that. Don't waste no time. You just continue it. You know, you just knock things out. Just knock things out. I would tell you, you're not wasting your time coming here and learning something, because as soon as you see it, monkey say, monkey do, you know what I mean, or copy and paste, you know what I mean, like, monkeys are fun, they make fun pictures, you know what I mean, who doesn't like Curious George? French Montana! Anyways, there's a lot of smart monkeys out there, man, there's a lot of smart monkeys out there, man, holy, they deserve it, oh my gosh. Okay, that was not a boss I was, like a guy I was supposed to hit. Oh my gosh. I'm hitting everything. Okay, so I finished with that. I gotta go get these guys. Danagarian. Covered in metal. I gotta do 4 more. There's a couple guys right here. I gotta save some guys. Rifleman, Thanagarian rifleman. A lot of stuff. Yeah. See, my move just keeps on hitting people because it's not finished yet. Like, I got a lot of ticks still left. That's why jump canceling is pretty good. Well, yeah, if you guys didn't know, what's it called? Valentine's Day is on the 14th. So if you have somebody, the 14th is Valentine's Day. Four more to go to save some riflemen, and then I gotta get one situation. Just go about my business. 21K is the highest. You're shouting out for DPS for DC. I gotta get into the alert. Here's that one that I needed. When you do this certain amount of times, you start to get a little bit more better with it. You get quicker with it, and then it turns out to be a blur. It's like I just got in here and I did everything already. So it's like you can amount to how many times I have done this, where the consistency and the knowledge of coming in here is just like bang, bang, bang. You know what I mean? And it's like work, you know what I mean? That's another thing about work, man. You can spend time for money or money for time. Meaning, you can go to work and finish things so quickly, and then people are like, oh, what do you do for the rest of the day? That's why time management turns out to be a problem. You just got to be able to extend it even longer, because you don't want to finish it too fast. You want to get 8 hours. You want to get 8 hours. Because if you finish everything so quickly, it means the business has to pour out more work. Because they don't want you just standing around. So you got to extend things and do it on a time frame. But sometimes they might say you're taking too slow. But you just got to be able to explain it, man. The business is very sad. It's a very, very sad place to be in. But there's nothing wrong with making money. Okay, so... Ooh, look at those wings, man. Really, really good looking character, you know what I mean? Pretty scary though. Ooh, look at that. Look at that Kid Flash. Con Kent. Look at Con Kent. Isn't that the Con Kent we know? It's Con Kent we know. There he is on the friends list. It's good to see you, buddy. I might salute him. We did that at the same time. Con Kent's out here, man. Ladies and gentlemen, the Con Kent. Alright. So we are going to hit the duos. We're going to get everything done today. We're going to try to do it as fast as we possibly can. And we're going to get ourselves out of here. You know what I mean? So, let's make our way and do that. I will come initially around and help individuals in the game off stream and during the week, because today is the beginning day. That's cool. You're in my live, that's cool. And this is going to be pretty fast. Going in here with another strong character, 293, and I'm 292. It's going to be pretty straightforward. And then we're going to get right into it. That option only is given when you have completed this mission more than once. So if you completed it more than once, you will have that option. If you haven't completed it, you will not get it for the first time. So we're waiting to find out what Nightwing is feeling out for Batman's pulses and his signals, because he's not feeling well. So that's just what it is. And we're gonna go into his mental mind through John. What's his name? Mr. Martian. Martian. And he's giving us some telepathic psychic connection to go in there and find out what the problem is, because his mind is corrupted in so many different places that we have to bring him back into his real light. So we're trying to break him out of the dream that he's like sleeping in. So it's like a guy who's in a very, 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 very deep coma. And the only person who can get him out is us, because we came in with the prior knowledge that we were going to find the real him. And he's living in between the lines of his characters, the multiverse characters. merciless. So for every individual character he knows, Superman, Batman, the Joker, he has an alter ego. Wonder Woman, he has an alter ego towards all of them. Batman is the alter ego of Superman. So basically, he doesn't have to transform to anything. Batman is his appearance of his scareful form of, but towards the universe of the multiverse that he lives in. Wonder Woman is like basically talks about the Ares, and Ares is one of the strongest gods in basically his thing, because he strives off war. Do you know how scary that is? People have a fighting spirit all the time, and basically he strives off your fighting spirit, and he gets energy from your fighting spirit. So if you have no fighting spirit, he's not gonna have a fighting spirit, but he will still have his strength. He will still have his normal strength. But if you in hyphen in your strength, just naturally, like if God was like, just like if it was somebody who said like the truth just comes out every single time. The truth just, you can't hide the truth. You can't hide the truth. The truth just comes out every single time. That's just basically what it is. You can't lie. That's what a God is. You can't lie to him. You can't lie. And some guys have certain powers, different powers to certain things. So that's why it's a scary situation. And if you guys don't know somebody that like on YouTube, another guy who like talks a little bit about those stuff and trying to stay on the good path, Baratus. He purely feels everything, and Baratus is another is a guy who wants to stay on those good lines. He's one of those guys. Baratus. His name is Baratus. The way I'm saying it, Baratus. So he's always preaching about being good, and good fortune's gonna come to you if you do good for somebody else naturally, and just don't worry about it. It will come back, and it will do something to your life. It would impact it in the place that you need it in, and just doing good things and being good to people. But he does have his moments, but he knows truly that if he doesn't mean well, there's a lot of situations that's coming behind it. He needs to stay away from that type of stuff. But if it's a good feeling all the time, and it's a natural good feeling, he says that's the best feeling you can ever have. But yeah, let's continue. Yeah, and he's more on the European side. He's on the more European side. I don't know what this character is doing. I don't know if he's trying to set up herself, because she ain't doing nothing. See what's the highest hit and put it in the chat room. And see how fast you're really watching, because damage is all about how much, the biggest number. It's the biggest number. So let's see this. Let's go continue, man. So that was all we needed. And basically, if you do not let Batman die, or be injured at a level of what it is in this game, you get a feat for doing that, for keeping them alive, because it's like saving people. For keeping them alive, you get a feat for that. It's like, you know, keeping people's mental capacity together, it's something like that. But you know what I mean, like at the end of the day, shit talkers will be shit talkers, but like they said, how much do they know about you? And then you think about it to themselves, they don't know you as much as you know yourself, and your accolades doesn't have to appear in their light as much as you don't show them your accolades don't need to be around their lives. So you're always gonna get third person people talking, and the truthful is, if you do believe there's a higher power, the higher power will tell you something about that person that's gonna be good or bad, but realistically it's that character's trait, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, listening to third people and all that type of stuff, it's up to you, but they will say the same thing about you. So that's what it is. We're getting through this pretty fast. This is really good. This is a good group, and you always want to play with a good group. I'm clicking through my loadouts right now. I'm not really. DPSing is a tough situation. She has one of her power trinket moves, like power abilities with her what's it called? Her pet, and then she has a trinket pet. So that's cool. So this is all new content on this this season right now for DLC. That individual's timing frame is pretty slow. They're probably busy doing something else. Get out these aerial effects. They're gonna cause more damage. We just took out Bane, Talia al Ghul, I think her father, Al Ghul. And I'm lagging from what you can see. So I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know if it's a game. I'm lagging. Superman, Cyborg, Flash, Wonder Woman's coming out. Oh yeah, likewise, these things, these barrels actually help your supercharge out. They help your supercharge out and give you more supercharge build up. They help your build up a little bit better. Likewise, there is an investigation or briefing back here. Already got it. Whoa. Oh my gosh. She has like nothing to nothing on her health. So I guess I'm gonna tank this over here. Not tank, but like take the lead role in DPSing. She's still up there. She's gonna give me the moment. I'm gonna keep going. I'm going against Aquaman. He's very strong. She got some health back. We did a blocking move. I'm calling out my situation. Ooh. But like I said, man, sometimes we lose faith. We have hard times and things. We gotta make this distraction. We have to do situations. It's tough. If you're always depending on somebody else, it's harder. It's harder to make moves like that. But you just gotta do what you gotta do as a human being. Just in general. I got a banner. I got the hologram situation from Teen Titans situations. So that's really good.
When you're ready, I'll return you to consciousness.
So that's it. That's it. Now time to do yeah. It's always good to make through it, man. We made it through it. That's all that matters. No problems and hiccups. No hiccups, no pickups. Let's see. So let's go do DC. Need healer for DC. Moment. Need healer for DC. I'm gonna put myself out there. 292 CR DPS invite for DC. So I'm hoping that a group will pick me up. LG, I got one. So this person's looking for a DPS. Looking for one DPS for DC. All they gotta do is look at their thing. I got an invite. I'm in. I gotta queue up. We're gonna run 4 DPSs and 1 healer. This is gonna be something. We're gonna have to do a lot of blocking situations. They're going more for speed than trying to see how successful they're gonna make it through, so they're going for more for speed. I might get a pizza box today, who knows? Feel like Spider-Man. Get them pizza boxes in.
I'm glad to see you. It's been rough dealing with all those metal-covered lanterns in Thanagar, but we finally know their source.
A dark knight called Dawnbreaker has been freeing prisoners to build an army. If we stop him here, we cut off his supply of cannon fodder. Be ready. He's me with a power ring. And that's as dangerous as it sounds.
Let's go. There's no time to waste.
Oh yeah, likewise, I'm growing it out. I'm having the will not to cut this. I'm actually growing it out and feeling like it's okay to have a beard. So let's do this. So the one thing we gotta do is capture them too. So those toxic pools actually contain damage over time moves. People say AoE. It's going pretty fast. Okay, so we made it through that part. Now we gotta stay in the middle of the circle because there's gonna be a move attacks. I gotta block in here. If we all block together, this is gonna be a good situation. Because they're all gonna come towards us. Enemies from the front, enemies from the back. Blocking is still important as much as attacking. So the enemies are disappearing quick enough. All this is requiring is to have a good loadout and having team understanding of just being aware. I'm trying to take on the knowledge of making lunge me. I want to get the healer. Try to speed this up. Okay, we did. We just have to take on Dawnbreaker down a certain amount of HP, and then he goes through his demotion. Metal construct created by Dawnbreaker. Luckily, this group knows what they're doing. So whoever has the arrow on their head, they gotta be very cautious. Okay, I got it. I gotta move. See, that's a good group. I got it over my head again. No, I was way too close to him, man. I was way too close.
Your efforts mean nothing. I got what I wanted. I always do. That man always wins.
Don't listen to me. We just shut down a supply line to Thanagar.
I was able to hack into Dawnbreaker's computer link while we were...
Batman asked me to meet you here. Atlantis is already under attack. A dark knight called the Drown is attacking the city. She's controlling Atlanteans by covering them in something she calls dead water. Our newest Zodiac Magus can guide you through the Silent School. Let's give her a hand.
Okay.
Aqualad told me about Orion's sigils. They'll protect you from the tech. You handle the Silent School. I'm going to coordinate city defense with Mara and Aqualad. I'll be back as soon as I can. Magus, reach out if you have need of your king.
I want to be a part of it, though. Learn it and be a part of it. What do you guys think is the best DPS I have fun with? Like if you have to switch your power for a day.
The next room is the test of Taurus. My status protects me from the energies of Taurus, but it also prevents me from aiding you. I will meet you in the tomb after...
Okay, this is gonna be the challenging part. This and the bosses next is gonna be the challenging part.
Prepare to choose one of your own to sacrifice, so the others may live.
Tomb of Orion. Only the school's master is allowed to enter here. Until today. I will contact my king and have him meet us.
The Halloween event, man, I gotta go and get some of those boo situations. They're pretty tough.
How to take down the Drown. That's the key of Atlas. Batman is convinced it will help us save the multiverse.
I'll take that. Thanks for opening the way for me. It's so much easier when your enemies do your work for you. The throne of Atlan is mine. Come to me, my warriors. Drown these fools in your dark water.
Just completing missions.
Use Orion's gem to focus the light into a beam of energy. It's on the sarcophagus.
Just completing missions, man, like usual.
The light beam will destroy the dead water. Lead them
trying to get these.
Ah, yes. The mirrors of moon. Legend has it Orion used them to commune with. Hurts! His parents have
What's wrong? Feeling nostalgia?
See, like the DPSing so fast that she's going through all of her emotions so quickly. And we just gotta make sure we go through it. This is a good group. This is a real good group. Like, they know what they're doing. Because she's so out of this bitch, like out of place, like the mirrors don't get destroyed. Look at the game; it's moving weirdly. The mirrors are still up. Look at that. The mirrors are still up. That's how fast we're going through the game.
Pockets of air are escaping from the cracks.
The mirrors are still up.
Find them. Stay there to catch your breath. This is she's commanding the sea life. You're not listening to me at all.
That trinket won't help you.
Hail, Barbatos!
Yeah, it is. But now it's over. So now, like, taking in the time, 13 minutes. 14 minutes max. 14. Yeah. Those guys were hitting 10, but that's just how the game works. There's not enough damage to go around where someone can't take first, second, third. Like, it goes down to internet, goes down to loadout, goes down to a lot of stuff. Goes down to a lot of stuff. There's not a lot of damage that goes around. Now, the only thing left over for this Metal Part 2 is rates. Ooh, look at that person swagging. See, I'm lagging. So let's see what happens. Need tank for PC, regular. Need bros for okay. So OG Haiti. Let's go there. $290 CR Troy. So whoever goes first, I'm gonna go. Kratos. Young Kratos. That's a gut. That's a nice looking outfit. Look at that material. Look at the name and then look at his outfit. Add him to the list. don't know what it is. Get all these bulbs. Question is, how much does this take off? 17. Okay. I want to take that off. And it is. That's a little bit better. It was a crit that ended up giving it that. I'm gonna get away. It's a 4 crit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 at least. Crit. What is this name? That's the best one. But that means I have to be closer to somebody. Yeah. Yeah, I have to be close. That's not good. It's not good. Not at all. Yeah, that is. I think I might have to use that one. Because it ticks. Be like boom, 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 boom. And then go back to the rotation again. Boom. Yeah. It ticks. I need more ticks. So I'll use that one, the ice, most definitely. And then I have the artifact that goes behind it right here at 100. And I'm gonna get it up. So yeah. Yeah, I'm basically borderline of lagging for real. I'm on the borderline of lagging. I guess it's because I got stuff on, but otherwise than that, no. And then this drink gives me one boost of basically might. In damage roll it gives me 1% might. For precision, it gives me 8-second precision. This is up my precision for 8 seconds after drinking it. Need combat mode still. This part right here can mean the difference. Damn.
You made it. We were just discussing the plan.
When I was under Barbatos' control, the connection went.
Some of you go through the portals, and some stay here.
Yep, now they got somebody to go after. See? Not doing it. See, that's another thing, man. Why are you doing things that you're not supposed to? You got all it takes is two people. All it literally takes is two people. All it takes is two people. You don't even have to touch nothing. You don't have to touch nothing. That's why I'm trying to clear my name and say, yo, I'm not touching nothing. Literally, I'm not touching nothing. If they don't see me touching it, there's a reason why. Because they know what they're doing. The group knows what they're doing. I believe it. Why do I believe it? It's because they're taking their time and actually listing it out, writing it out. You don't need to touch it.
Lady Brightmore, there's something you need to know. Hawkman was in the border world.
What? You should have told me before. The Dark Multiverse has changed all of us. We'll find Hawkman and we'll rescue him. It's that simple.
You really are yourself.
Very nice part.
You are Hawkman, and we've loved each other for hundreds of lifetimes.
extract is back. Do you remember who you are?
I am Hawkman! I will use Barbatos' power against him!
Any thoughts on how to do that?
All things are possible with 10th metal. Is the key to defeating Barbatos!
The trinket was like, gotta cool down.
Barbatos.
My realm now, where all ends in darkness. I will create new worlds to torture you for eternity.
Take the pieces to Hawkman.
You can no more defeat me than defeat darkness. Fight your knights across those multiverses, and soon
Cyborg, now!
We've been across the multiverse too. We see your evil Batman, and we raise.
Looks like Hawkman has enough ore to board on.
Protect Hawkman while he forges armor.
Whoa, hey! I just restored our connection. Something you just did is reaching me from the dark multiverse. Cyborg is right, the 10th metal? It's creating an energy signal I've never seen before. Keep it going.
I saved the group. I saved the group. Oh my gosh. Did you see that? Wow, that's amazing, man. I literally saved the group. I picked up the tank when the tank needed it, man. Sometimes we need a pickup too, man. I'm gonna be a tank Monday too, and I sometimes gonna need it. Real talk, that's gonna be very crucial. I was looking at him for the whole entire time. I was watching him the whole entire time. And when I seen the best time when one person tried to pick him up and then the move just blasted him off, I just zoomed in as fast as I possibly could and just pick him up, pick him up, pick him up, pick him up quickly. And that was just what it was, man. OMG. Yo, Hawkman looks like a very good looking character, man. By far. Yo. It looks nice. Barbados is gonna be taken care of. So that's good. Now what is Gibson? PC? I guess a group is in, so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna look for a group on PC.
Thanagarians have confirmed that the key of Atlan and the Phoenix cannon can open a portal to the Dark Multiverse. So this will have that interference to see them possessed this thing.
Listen up. The Thanagarians have agreed to let us attempt an incursion into the Dark Dimension. This is our one shot. These soldiers will restore us to control of the Watcher Labs. They use the Phoenix to destroy Earth.
Check. What a move. What a move. Yo, just slow mode it. Just put it, zoom it into the king, and just catch it just going tipping over when that person just flips it over. Boom.
You renounced Animar sin. All the good work we've done together. All the glorious battles we shared.
Meaningless. A means to an end. Don't listen to him. He's trying to play games with your head.
I can't believe you'd still serve that soul-destroying monster.
Sir, when he learns my alliance with Barbatos gave him a universe of souls to devour, Animar Sin will ask me to rule by his side.
How could you?
You see, all roads lead to darkness. Take this gift and embrace the darkness truth. Go!
What is secret? All roads truly do lead to darkness. Witness the power of Barbatos. Why do you fight when you
I saved everybody by getting away from the group. Exactly the points. Exactly the points. You see that, man? You gotta deal with people like me, man. If you don't, you're gonna lose your macaronis. You're gonna lose your macaronis. Oh my gosh. Do you smell what the rock is cooking? All those hits. Jeez. I seen 25K.
Together we can save them all.
Ooh.
Want to hope again.
I'm dizzy.
My last song was a story to your true self.
This is looking good. YT, I was wondering, are you coming up with any videos soon? You know what I mean? Like any YouTube videos? Are you thinking about anything? You know what I mean? You got something in the making? I'll tell you mine. I got a layer PvP 2020. I want to do layers PvP 2020 and do those scene cuts of like winning games and epic moments. I'm gonna have to do that. I want to do it. Ah. Damn. It's the first time today in like 3 hours. I didn't go out in 3 hours. 3.5 hours. Haven't gone down. That's the first time. Damn. Alright. Alright. That's good. Next time I got another goal, man. I gotta show you guys some Call of Duty stuff later on with my guns. I got something that's gonna be turning into a golden gun soon. I gotta show you guys some great stuff, man. DC's especially these raids. This is the last one I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna call it a stream. And then I have other characters that I'm gonna work on. But if anybody needs any help, just ask in the chat room. Just like let me know. Let me know. Speaking of layer battles, trying to do some. Ooh, if you're trying to group up 2v2, we can definitely knock that out. We can definitely knock that out. Later on. I will be streaming later on tonight. So like I will take a break in between. No, he's not even reading it properly. Look. You gotta read this. This is what you gotta read. This is exactly what you gotta read. You gotta follow the pattern. First, second, third. Smoke that drope. Smoke that drope got that right. And you see what level the tank is? That is embarrassing. That's totally embarrassing. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. You see that? That's embarrassing. That's why I ended up dying. Because the tank didn't know that there was an item in the back. That's another thing. Word of a lie. Why these guys are DPSing, I'm just waiting. See, this is why DPSing can never be measured by numbers. You can do all that DPSing, but there's only particular ways. This is like Slumlord or Smog. Slumlord is Smog. It's the same concept. It's the same concept. I don't like earth tanking. Thank you, I'm a better tank. I like the confidence, I like the confidence. I love it, I love it, I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Done. First, I'm gonna do this because I don't know how the group is gonna react. That's exactly why I ended up falling down. Thank you very much, Frank.
Cover me. I'll use the key of that.
I'm focusing on Don all day, every day. I wouldn't even say die because I didn't have to rally back. I said fall down. Jeez. The only reason why I say Dawnbreaker first is because like he has this move that if the group does not get into a circular, like an area of space where he puts down like the protection area, but everywhere around it, it's gonna be a one-shot move. And it's a scary situation to get yourself into, because that one-shot move can take out the whole group and it will disrupt the main focus. It seems like everyone's going for the drown. I'm trying to see Merciless, Drown, Red Dead, Drown. I'm gonna go for Drown first. I see like everyone doesn't know where we're attacking right now. We're just going through the motion. Oh yeah, for sure. Forward that about that. Yeah, it's a very, very, very nerve-wracking move to have. Being hit by, like, you don't want to. When I mean nerve-wracking, I mean like when you get scared. You know how your senses go up. You're like, oh my gosh, yeah, nerve-wracking. Like you don't want that feeling too much, especially when you get real old. You don't want to be scared. You don't want to be scared like that. You definitely don't want to be nervous, because your heart can't take that much stuff. And obviously, I say people's health can't take that hit. They can't take that hit, not yet. You have to be T15 first, and everyone can take that hit. Everybody can live through that hit. Most likely. Yeah, I'm going for Drown. Yeah, we got Red Dem and thing. Yeah, this is good. This is good. No AoE attacks. It's good. Seems like somebody's gonna be matching up with me. Oh my goodness.
Run to whoever you're tethered to.
Okay, I'm not tethered. Thinking about going. We have openings for for some individuals. Green Arrow, John Constantine, Kyle Rayner, and Simon Bass. We're looking for some opening spots. But you have to have 200 skill points too. But if you work on the side with me, I could work with you up. I could work you up. So that's who we're looking for in the league. And you can be invited in. I can invite anybody in. But you have to have 200 skill points. And I think there might be a little bit of exception because she wants to have the overall look really good. Nice. Merciless was the last one.
Did Batman just make a joke?
I got 157 so far right now. Ooh, that's looking good. Yo, that's looking real good. Yeah, that's looking good, man. 15,000. Everybody got 30. 2 people got 30. 2 people got 20. Okay, so I got some Exos. Okay, so thank you again for coming out to a DC Universe Online TV show situation special with Chris Dash, and it was a pleasure. I am happy that you guys came out, got to celebrate some great times. Valentine's Day is here coming. You guys have your Valentine's Day. If you don't have a Valentine's Day, still you could celebrate it with DC Universe Online and do these fun event things going on. And likewise, and last but not least, I appreciate everybody that stepped out. Thank you for coming around. We will talk soon. I'm coming up with a Discord situation so you can talk to me in Discord every single time of the day, throughout the day, and let me know what's going on. You can send me pictures. You can send me all this stuff. We need to get to do some PvP, some layers, and get you some feats. But yeah. Likewise, like I'm saying, there's some openings. I can even show you and make you read the situation. We're looking... Okay, so are currently looking for Green Arrow, Kyle Rayner, Simon Baz, John Constantine, etc. I mean, there's some other people on the list that we're looking for. But necessary, man. We got to make sure that you have over 200 skill points, and you will be great to come into our league. And you will definitely be side by side with me and others that are going to be looking good the part and playing the part really good. Thank you for everybody who showed up on the show. Thank you, Kent. Thank you, Tempest. Thank you very much for all of the likes. Thank you for the dislikes. Just thank you for everything, man. You know what I mean? You guys have your input on everything that comes your way. You know what I mean? Yes, I'm going to be streaming later on. Another game might be Call of Duty, or it might be NBA 2K. I will be streaming on Twitch too, so I'm gonna be doing another stream switch. You can be Kyle Rayner, Hard Light, or I think it doesn't really matter. I think it just matters if you are just with the name and you are gonna be over 200 skill points and you look the part. You'll be great to come to this league. Great to come to this league. And thank you again, everybody who's watching DC Universe Online. You guys are keeping this game alive. Please like this video. We need to beat games like League of Legends and all these other type of games. We gotta beat these guys, man. They have all the viewers and all the stuff. We gotta show so much more support to this game and show why is it so important and why is it so good, because they still got it going. We gotta support our guys, man. We gotta really support our guys who are especially doing this at the best level that they can. And likewise with groups and guys who are continuously coming every single day and spending money on this game and putting it towards the contributing to DC Universe Online. So please like these videos, because of the fact that it will help the content creators and help the industry of DC Universe Online to understand that people are still watching people who are doing this at a nice level. So thank you again. My name is Chris Dash. I will see you guys later around 7-ish, 8-ish to do another live stream. For DC Universe Online today, it's going to be coming to an end, but today is Thursday. If you guys didn't know, you guys are resetted. You guys can go do your raids. You can do everything you can possibly can. Have fun doing it. Likewise, my name is here. My name is here. You can put it down. Say hi to me. What else? You can say hi to me. You can come out and I can play with you and we can get some matchups so we can get this game going. You know what I mean? And put it in the right direction. So please like this video. Subscribe. I play DC Universe Online, but I play other games too. But this is the best MMO game that I have came so far to actually realizing that it's a movement game. You can do so much. So much. And my character has came a long way from looking like trash to now looking like somebody who looks like the character himself. And if you already like, thank you again. Appreciate it from the depths of my heart. You know what I mean? Even if it hurts and not hurts, thank you so much. I will see you guys again with some more DC Universe Online. Give yourself a big shout out. Give yourself a pat on the back. And I will always say this. Always, always, always. Just be happy. Thank you guys. Peace.